In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Who has what it takes to challenge the reigning world chess champion? This April, the journey unfolds in the heart of Toronto, where history meets the horizon of intellect at the FIDE Candidates 2024. With a star-studded lineup, the world's most brilliant minds converge to battle it out over the board. Some we have seen here before, some faces are new, a prize fund that speaks volumes, and a title that echoes through eternity. Who will emerge as the challenger? Who will etch their name in the chess history book? Join us for the spectacle. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section. Watch the event live on FIDE YouTube.
Greetings from Toronto, Canada. Today is a bright sunny day. Behind me you can see the Great Hall in all of its beauty where the action takes place daily. Yesterday we had two exciting games, victories by the superstar siblings Prag and Vaishali. What will today hold? Let's find out. Some exciting clash-ups today. In the open section, we've got yesterday's winner, Prag, against Nakamura. Of course, Nakamura has had a bit of a slow start, losing to Vidit, yesterday settling for a draw, which might have been the smart thing to do. In the open section, we've got Tan Zhongyi against Katerina Lagno. Katerina narrowly escaped a loss yesterday, so will this affect her mentality today? Let's find out. And of course, don't forget about the fan zone. We'll have eager fans here playing chess, watching the games live. There's a FIDE merchandise store where you can grab yourself hoodies like this, notebooks, everything in between. So if you're in Toronto, this is the place to be. But for now, back to the studio.
Hello everyone and welcome to our coverage of the fourth round of play at the 2024 Candidates Tournament. My name is Irina Krush and I'm so thrilled to be sitting here with a five-time world champion from India who's been giving us his great insight into the games over the last few days. Let's take a quick look at the round three results. So Gukesh yesterday drew with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Nijat Abbasov had a pretty short draw with Hikaru Nakamura, and Ali Reza Firouzja drew with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. The only decisive game was this really scintillating affair between the two Indian players, Vidit Gujarati and Prag. And Prag took the point with the black pieces, catapulted himself back to 50%. On the women's side, we also had one decisive game in a sharp Petrov between Vaishali and Salimova, the two players who are new to the Candidates Tournament. The rest of the games finished in draws. Only Anna Musachuk had a really nice but difficult way to win that she missed. So far, all the days have had at least one decisive result, Vishy. Mm-hmm. And I have a fun fact for you.
Okay.
Which side of the tournament do you think has had more decisive games so far, the Open or the women?
I would guess the Open, because there are 5 people who have won a game. Mm-hmm. On the women's side, Tan has won 2.
Right.
And I think it's 4 decisive games in total?
Yes.
That's it. Okay. So
very
it's 4
good. Yeah,
5,
you managed to get to the answer quite quickly. Yeah. So a bit surprisingly, the open section has had 5 decisive games so far, and the women have had 4. It's a little bit unusual because there's always a lot of talk about how women play more decisive games. Mm-hmm. But so far, because we had that one really special round with 4 decisive games on the open side in one day, the men are actually ahead. So let's take a quick look at the highlight reels from round 3.
The third round of the FIDE candidates continued with the trend of spectacular games. Even though there were more draws today compared to round 2, we still saw plenty of interesting developments in our candidates' games. Nijat Abbasov and Hikaru Nakamura's game saw most of the pieces swept off the board by move 20, and thereafter slowly cruised to a peaceful ending to the exchange variation of the slap defense. In Gukesh's game, he chose a very solid line against Jan Nepomniachtchi and had some opportunities to press risk-free throughout the game. Jan defended impeccably and the game ended in a draw. Against Fabiana Caruana, Alireza Firouzja burnt a lot of time on his clock in the opening and managed to come out with an extra pawn. However, Fabi's piece activity and 2 strong bishops proved enough compensation, and both players chose to repeat the position and end the game in a draw. Our most exciting game in the open section today was a derby between 2 Indian superstars, Vidit and Pragnananda. Prag sprung a surprise on Vidit in the opening, and Vidit accepted the challenge. The game that followed was very sharp and double-edged. Prag, playing with black, gradually refuted White's threats and took over the initiative. After several inaccuracies from Vidit, Black built upon this initiative and finally got a decisive advantage. Our women's candidates leader, Tang Zhongyi, faced Humpy Konaru with Black today. This was a calm game, and they quickly repeated for a draw on move 32. In Lei Ting-jae's game against Alexandra Goryachkina, Lei surprised Goryachkina by playing the rarely seen Evans Gambit. Unfortunately, this did not lead to any spectacular attack or sacrifices. The free pawn was quickly returned by Goryachkina, which allowed her to finish the development and consolidate her position. The players soon entered an equal endgame and a draw was agreed. Anna Muzichuk, playing with White, was very close to winning the game against Katerina Lagno. Black's king was trying to escape checkmate threat by Anna's queen and rook, but Muzichuk unfortunately missed the winning continuation at a critical moment. Lagno found a much-needed defensive resource and managed to escape with the draw. Our Indian superstar Vaishali, playing with White, won a spectacular game against Nurgil Salimova. She diligently followed her preparation in the Russian game, unraveling an attack on the king side and sacrificed her knight on f7. This caught Salimova off guard, and she sadly did not manage to find the correct defense, erring right away. This led Vaishali to quickly exploit the numerous vulnerabilities around the Black king and emerge as today's heroine.
The special thing about today's round is it's actually the final day of play before the players get their first free day. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the event. So they are getting their first free day after 4 rounds of play. Then their next free day is going to come after 3 rounds of play. So the players will be getting progressively more and more rest. And by the end, they will only be playing 2 games before they get a free day, which makes a lot of sense. It's a very long and grueling event, so they're going to be getting more rest as we go along. Let's talk about today's pairings. Let's see, we have Naka playing Prague, Nepo playing Vidit, and we actually have 2 World Cup, kind of a follow-up to the World Cup matches today, Vishy. So Naka played Prague at the World Cup, was knocked out by him. And the other reprise of the World Cup is the match between Vidit and Nepomniachtchi, actually.
That's right.
So do you think that these players who got knocked out in the World Cup, it's a very important event, do you think they're going to come with a little extra motivation to today's game, or are these just 2 separate things?
They would have to be 2 separate things. The fact that you're here means it doesn't matter what happened in the World Cup. You qualified some other way. But every little grudge helps. If it helps you concentrate, then good.
Did you ever feel like that, like if you lost to someone in a particularly important event, the next time you faced them, you just felt a little bit of extra motivation to even out the score?
Definitely. I wanted to get back, and when I had done it, I felt very, very good.
Give us some examples, Vishy, from your career that you remember.
For instance, when I played this match in Sanginagar, and then I got a repeat match against Gata in Las Palmas. It felt very good, and I was very, very motivated to work, things like that. So, of course, at the level of tournaments, it's be 10 or 15 cases like this, where you lose a game, and then a bit later you win, and then you feel very happy about yourself.
Yeah, I think especially for me, like the matches that I lost, like let's say something like the World Cup, those would always be very memorable. And I would always treat those opponents in a special way when I would face them again.
Sure.
Like just okay. But let's take a look also at the women's pairings for today. We have Tan versus Lagno. That's a big one. That's the leader of the women's section, Tan Zhangyi, playing Katerina Lagno, who's had 3 draws so far. We also have the newcomer Vaishali, fresh off a win yesterday against one of the tournament favorites, Alexandra Garechkina. Humpy Koneru is going to be playing with the black pieces against Nurgul Salimova, hoping to get her first win in the tournament, maybe capitalizing on the fact that Nurgul lost a pretty difficult game yesterday. And another matchup of 2 experienced players, Anna Muzichuk against Lei Tingji. So what do we expect from these openings? I guess in Garechkina versus Vaishali, they've had some Grunfelds before. That seems to be one of Vaishali's main openings. So I think that's at least a possibility for today.
Right.
Tan is playing with the black pieces against Katerina Lagno. So that means we're most likely to see 1e4 from Katerina, although she can open with 1d4 as well. So that's still kind of a question. Nurgul Salimova with white against Humpy will probably be a d4 opening, and we'll see what Humpy comes up with.
But for the moment, both of them seem to have the most solid openings in this tournament. So we'll see who's going to be the first to raise.
Yeah, and Anna Muzichuk with white against Lei, which I think also means a 1e4 opening. Let's try to make some predictions for the open section in terms of openings. So we got, well, actually the one I'm really interested in out of these 4 is the opening between Abbasov and Firouzja. So Abbasov is getting a white again, like he had yesterday against Naka. And he's playing someone who must be quite hungry for a win. It says that they have played a few times. Actually, in their recent games, I only found 1 game that was won by Firouzja at the 2023 Grand Swiss. So I guess their other games came earlier. And Firouzja actually won with black. And I'm thinking that he should be very motivated to get a game going against the lowest ranked seed here.
I agree. And in fact, I think Alireza will not be able to resist. So it'll be a Grunfeld, a Benoni, King's Indian, something along those lines, or something sharp. He is not likely to let Nejat steer the game in a slow direction.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that.
Alireza is going to push because it's his nature to push in a normal case situation as well. So
he just needs to pick one of the openings that he does in Title Tuesdays. You know, I know I've seen a lot of his King's Indian games. Is that him at the board, or who is that? No.
Yeah.
No, that is him. Okay.
It's not only with it who's meditating.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I could not actually tell from just his head. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see what he's going to pick today. And, you know, Naka mentioned in his interview that, you know, if he would have known that Nijat was not feeling well yesterday, he might have chosen a different opening. So that's also some information that came out yesterday. We don't really know what he was referring to, what maybe Nijat told him something after the game. I'm not sure like how else Hikaru would know. But yeah, if that piece of information came to Alireza, I think that's even more reason to go for something sharp today and try to get that first win in the tournament.
Sure. But Alireza is very, very creative and things. So that's what he's going to do naturally. So I just feel I'm very hopeful of a exciting opening there.
All right, so then we got Caruana versus Gukesh. This one is a little hard to predict because Caruana with white has chosen different openings against Gukesh. He has gone for d4. They've had a Rogozin that Caruana won. Let's see how they do. 1 win apiece, 1 draw. So they have not played a ton. I mean, it makes sense, you know, since Gukesh is only 17 years old.
Gukesh's win is also with the black pieces. If you remember from the Olympiad in Chennai.
Oh, that was a beautiful game.
The game which put Gukesh on 8 out of 8.
Yeah.
And I've never seen someone do that to Fabiano.
Yeah, so, I remember D5.
But then later on, Fabiano understood how to, went for D4, got a Ragozin, managed to do more damage, let's say. And soon we're going to we're seeing the opening moves coming on the board. So Caruana did go for 1 e4. And Hikaru has played e4 as well, right?
Yeah, Hikaru has played e4. Jan has played e4.
Begging for yesterday's opening, which I don't think is happening.
We've got 3 4s on the board. And Abbasov has played d4, and it looks like Ali Reza might be going for a Nimzo, actually. We're going to see right now, yes, Nimzo has appeared on the board. Okay, I guess we can just talk about these opening moves with the bird's eye view.
I mean, to be fair, it's Abbasov who chose the Nimzo. So it's clear he also wants a bit more battle. And
Queen c2.
I hope if he's feeling better today, then he's also up for a battle. Yeah.
Okay, now black has a big crossroads in the game between Abbasov and Firouzja, because black can go for the popular d5 move. He can just go for the more flexible castles and c5, b6, tons of moves. So it's actually going to be interesting to see what system Firouzja goes for. And he's already having a little bit of a think. We have an Italian between Caruana and Gukesh.
Okay. You think Gukesh is going to go for knight f6? Quick prediction?
Okay, yes. Oh.
No, he didn't. Okay.
He went for bishop c5 and Caruana. Well, yesterday we had an Evans gambit in the game between Lei and Goryachkina, but we don't today. Vidit is going for knight c6 instead of the Petrov, which is also in his repertoire. And what is Prague going to go for? Is he going to go for a6 or knight f6 here? And what did Ali Reza choose? He went for d6, actually a move that I had not even mentioned.
Yes.
I guess one of the more rare moves, but I mean, not completely unseen, of course, but definitely much more rare than some of the other options. And Abbasov reached for the e-pawn, but did not bring it all the way to e4, Vishy.
Yes. I think what he wants is to play knight g2 and then a3 so that he can recapture on c3 with a knight. Black can, of course, preempt that by capturing, but then white has saved the tempo with a3. So I think that might be the logic.
Let's do a bird's eye view of the women's games.
Yeah.
Let's see how our opening predictions held up there. So Goryachkina and Vaishali, not a Grunfeld, but an English opening.
Okay. But okay, the English is clearly directed against the Grunfeld.
Yes.
So in this case, Grunfeld was in the background, let's say.
Interesting game between Lagno and Tan. We have actually an open Sicilian and Najdorf with bishop e2. That bishop e2 move Lagno does like. And I think that's interesting that Tan is willing to go for the Sicilian. It's actually an opening she used once before against Katerina, and she lost there. And she's back to it. And, she's the tournament leader. She's playing still a more risky opening, right, than some of the other choices in her repertoire. So I think that's really interesting to see. She's trying to maybe increase her lead.
Even Corneru is, she's going for this, I don't know what we can call it, the Catalan Dutch.
Wow.
Where you put the knight on e4 and then play f5. And I think Hikaru has done it a few times, maybe.
And between Muzichuk and Lei, we have a French on the board. Interesting as well. So basically, very different openings. It's like in the open side, we have like some of the same openings. A few Spanishes here, like every single opening is completely different. Okay, so which game do you think it makes sense to delve into right now? Vishy, anything caught your eye from what we saw? Maybe Abbasov?
Sure, let's see what's happening there.
Okay. Okay, so this move d6. Tell us, Vishy, what do you think are the advantages of this move, which is so much more rare than black's other options in this position?
I always thought people play d6 when they just want a game and they don't want because queen c2 is pretty well mapped out in many areas. D5, c5, excuse me, castles, all of them have a lot of theory, and sometimes people who just want a game just play d6.
So can I ask you, Vishy, like, what about the move e4? Because this is the whole point of putting the queen on c2, is if you get a chance to go e4. Like, yeah. Doesn't that seem like a principled answer to the move d6? Or what's wrong with that? Why didn't Abbasov push the pawn further?
I don't know. It's also, there are also a lot of games there. Typically white, I think, tries to get e5 very quickly.
Yeah,
Before black can play e5, white tries to get it.
because, let me just show people, like, black castles, we still have the move e4, but then black has the option of going d5, right? So they have more flexibility.
Yeah.
So now that they've committed to d6, we can try this move. I mean, I guess I would say
c5 maybe?
I'd
Or
be
is it
tempted to
castles,
do
yeah?
it as white.
Hmm.
Oh,
then d5.
just playing this structure.
Sure.
And then I guess, are you going to go for e5 or
I guess ed5.
going for this? And then I have to go for this.
Castles. Bishop d3, etc.
Yeah.
b5, all these kinds of things.
So, okay. Well, I guess e4 would have been kind of leading the game in a more forcing direction. So he goes for this flexible move, e3. Castles, bishop d3, very logical development. And Ali Reza goes c5, dc.
dc I had not predicted.
You thought like what he would just go?
I just go knight g2 or something. I had not even realized that dc was possible. And Ali Reza captured with the bishop, not even with the pawn.
Well, I think he's just desperate to create an imbalance, right? Like capturing with the pawn looks like the standard way to recapture, right? He's going with the bishop. And, obviously as white, like I'd feel pretty comfortable here. Like I'd be like, well, I probably got some kind of an edge from the opening because, black maybe hasn't played the most principled system.
Correct.
Yeah. So, but on the other hand, Ali Reza just wants to get into a game, get out of the mainline theory, which I think he's probably already succeeded in doing, right?
Yes. Okay, let's scan for the other games and see what's happening.
Oh, 1 second. We have a knight decision by Abbasov. It went to f3. Let's just talk a little bit before we go on to the other games about this pawn structure and what we can expect, how we can expect black to be developing these pieces. Wow, he went for d5. See, pawn structure, important. He already makes a decision about it.
But he's accepting that he's lost tempo. He's not only lost tempo with bishop b4 takes c5, but even in a normal queen's gambit decline, you would go bishop e7 and then recapture on c5. That maybe doesn't matter. But here, the pawn has gone to d6 and d5. So we must be a tempo down somewhere. Good. Luckily for him, the bishop is on c1. If it was on f4 or g5, this tempo would be quite valuable. But it's on c1 in this line. I would guess white has to be better. So something like castles, knight c6, a3. And I'm just going to use my extra tempo. I might play b4 and bishop b2 on this side. And
so far, it doesn't sound like you're like too impressed with black's attempts to get a sharp game, because he's basically in some kind of a queen's gambit down a tempo.
I'm simply pointing out that, in my opinion, he's getting a sharp game by giving a tempo. So there's no getting away from the fact that he has played d6 and then d5. I mean, his knight could already be on c6, for instance, and things like that. But it's not terrible because that bishop is on c1 and I don't know. So let's say I played a3 here. What would you play?
Okay, so a3, and you're wanting to go b4 like really fast. Then I have to make a decision. Like, do I play a move like a5, which you might think is a little ugly?
Well, then if you go a5, let me just hear me out. I'd castle.
Yeah.
Knight c6. I would take on d5 and play e4.
Oh, wow.
I feel that a5 is not a great move. If I play e4 and the center blows up, I might win the pawn on h7.
And it's interesting how like quickly like you're going to this move, because normally we don't try to exchange the isolated pawns so fast, but you're quite confident this is the right moment.
It seems to me that this is how I want to do it, because if I go for the normal isolated pawn thing, then black is ready to play bishop g4. Then I should not capture on d5. So the alternative would be not to capture on d5 on move 11 and then play just b3.
Right, or maybe rook d1, but you like b3, makes sense.
And use the fact that you play the a5. I might put a knight on b5 at some point and just try to keep something there.
Yeah, that's interesting. But if you do wind up taking, it's only with the idea of like opening up things quickly like that. And basically your point is like that things will start to hang for me.
Yes, h7 will hang, so I'll get a free pawn.
So I'm
not sure what you're supposed to play here.
Maybe quite careful here. Yeah, you're threatening already like knight d5 ideas.
Maybe you
Not-
play, if you go bishop g4, then I play knight takes d5, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting option that
Yeah.
you would take. Yeah, hitting the bishop. And then if knight takes, I guess
Queen
even
takes d5, or even e takes
pawn
d5.
takes. Yeah, it's all right. We have a move from Nijat. He actually went for castle instead of a3.
Okay. I like a3 because I might get in b4 as well before I need to castle, but anyway.
But castles, yeah, it's very natural. And so, okay, black has still some decisions to make about pawn structure, right? So the obvious move is what, like knight c6?
Knight c6 is one idea, but if you want your knight on d7, then you can take on c4 here. Bishop takes c4, and either knight bd7 or b6.
Yeah.
And then what you're saying is, I don't want knight c6 because after a3, my knight doesn't have any follow-up squares.
Right.
So I would rather go to d7 and play maybe a6 and b5.
This actually, I mean, I have a feeling like
Or actually
yeah.
take on c4, bishop c4, see if a6 is anything.
just a6, yeah.
But I think the problem is white always hits with e4. And if b5, then I go, I don't know.
Because you don't have a knight here, you're not able to play
Stop,
e5.
I'm not able to stop
I
it easily
see.
and so on.
So this is a kind of a big idea. And if I go, yeah, and he is taking on c4, which admittedly makes a lot of sense to me, like not really waiting for positions where we might have an isolated pawn. So he just goes with this capture.
I mean, forgive me for putting it this way, but
Yeah.
essentially he's gotten a fighting position that we described earlier by simply saying pass at some moment. He's just given a tempo in what would otherwise be, he would have an extra move with a knight somewhere. He's just given a tempo away and got a completely symmetrical position. So as winning attempts go, this isn't one of the all-time greats.
Yeah. It's not going to make the book about, you know, which opening to
Unbalance,
go for. Yeah.
unbalance. This is not going to do it.
Right. So he did play knight bd7, your idea. And I mean, I think black's position looks okay. Like, I don't feel like he's going to have too much trouble equalizing this. But
it should be slightly, it should be something. I don't know quite what to say, but it should be something. And I'm a bit disoriented. Maybe white also lost a tempo. He would take on c4 perhaps or something. Anyway, let me try e4 here.
okay.
You would go queen, if you go queen c7, which you have to do to stop e5, then I can go queen e2, trying to force through e5. And then the question is, are you going to play knight e5 or knight g4 or which kind of move?
Yeah, I would have liked to have my knight on c6 for this.
Yes,
Right.
that is something you can point out.
Yeah, like, well, this is a famous sort of trick. Like, if the knight was here, then we would be threatening this deflection with the knight, with trying to get it to checkmate. Here, it's not so dangerous because no one's really going to deflect this knight. So we have time to go h3 if we want. And I suppose we will, right? What do you think, Abishi? h3 here?
Yeah,
Should
I
we
don't
kick
see
you?
too many alternatives. And then you go knight e5. I can take. You take, and I don't know if bishop f4 is the move or.
Yeah, probably bishop f4.
But then if I go bishop d6,
Then knight b.
knight b5, queen
Yeah,
takes
queen
c4.
c4. You actually have this move, yeah?
And if bishop b3, I want to exchange the. I want
Let's
to play
just
knight
show
f3
for a
check.
second, like this fork doesn't work because this bishop is hanging, unfortunately. I mean, white can do it, but they're not going to have an advantage. Like, it's just a bunch of trades where, yeah, white is fine, but so is black. So if we move the bishop back,
Then I go knight f3 check,
yeah, then you're already getting my dark squared bishop, which,
and I take the bishop on f4, and
yeah, this is like
I have
very
a nice-
nice for black, especially when this bishop is going to come to e5 one day. Okay, so you're saying that, okay, one of white's main ideas here is this move e4. What else can white do? I mean, is a3 something you think about?
b3 might be an idea,
b3.
or rook d1.
Just the flexible.
The only thing is when you play a6 and threaten b5, I need to step back myself and play bishop d3. So that when you play b5, I have knight e4. I think that's
An important idea. So
important
you like
idea too.
this.
Because I don't want you. you to play b5, me to withdraw the bishop, and then you get a bishop move. I want to anticipate b5, so I reply to b5 with a knight move or something like
I
that.
like that. This is what
Maybe
you're
rook
going
d1.
for.
Rook d1 is a good. Let's just put rook d1 on the board,
Yep.
and then let's compare it to a queen c2 Slav. Queen c2, bishop d6, bishop e2, castle, castle, d4, bishop c4, c5.
Okay, hold on.
d takes c5, bishop c5. No, we have not gained a tempo at all.
Why don't we just show people what you're trying to do?
No, I'm first trying to understand myself what I'm trying to say.
Well, let's put it on
and
the
then we can
board.
put it on the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as a variation, yes, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, e3, knight b6. Very famous position from the Merang. Queen c2, bishop d6, bishop d3. It doesn't matter. Castles, castles. D takes c4, bishop takes c4, c5, d takes c5, bishop c5, and this is exactly where we are.
Yeah, literally.
So
the same
there is no
position.
extra tempo.
Okay.
It is a normal thing. I mean, I was thinking in Nimzo terms that the d6 move might have lost a tempo, but the c5 move came in one go, so they cancel out. And in fact, this is just a symmetrical position. So there is.
Wow. Well, I think
So
that's
Firuzshah's line might make that book after all.
Right.
But anyway, my bad. It is Firuzshah is not a tempo down, and this position is not known to be particularly challenging for black. But here we are. You go rook d1. And now, by analogy, if you play a6, I think I'm supposed to go knight e4 or something like that. So, or bishop d3. And then knight e4, I think the problem is you can take, queen takes, and you go knight f6.
Knight f6,
and that's an unfortunate thing.
yeah.
But you can go bishop d3 there.
Okay, so like just to explain to our viewers, I mean, I guess this is what top players do quite often, right? They see a position, they try to make a comparison to something else that they know. And so even though we went to a completely different opening, but what made you think of it was basically the queen being on
looked
c2.
familiar. It suddenly looked familiar. Only after I played rook d1, I thought, wait a minute, I've seen this before. And then it hit me. It's come from it's a Meran. So in fact, nothing has happened. My bad.
Okay, well, that's an interesting way. So they arrived from, well, I mean, that's actually fascinating. They arrived from a Nimzo, like some d6 rare line, into kind of like a main line of the Moran.
Right. The bishop has gone from b4 to c5 instead of from d6 to c5,
Right.
and that's it.
Now, it's a very unusual like way to arrive at the same point.
Yes.
So, okay, but that's interesting that we've understood that now. And okay, right now, Abbasav is thinking, so we are free to do a bird's eye view of the rest of the games so we can figure out where we want to go next. Let's get that bird's eye. Okay, here we go. So what looks really interesting to us? We see kind of a typical Italian position between Caruana and Gukesh. We have a Berlin endgame between Nepo and Vidit. And we have, what would you call this, between Naka and Prague? That structure, does that have a name?
It's it still depends if after bishop takes e3, fe3, white will continue with knight c3, but I think he is going to go there. And then it would be what, a knight c3 Italian, where white then proceeded with bishop e3. Also, black can play d6 and not allow white to double his e-pawns, because you don't want to give him their file in some lines. It's a matter of taste what you choose with black, but my feeling is that black should play d6 here and ask white if he's willing to take.
So out of ththese three remaining positions, Vishy, which one would you be most interested in discussing?
You know, like many people, I have the same swollen head from hitting my head against a wall trying to find a good idea in the Berlin. So when you actually see an idea like this, knight g4 and knight h2, and then white is going to play f4.
Yeah.
The first question is, my God, does it work? Is that possible?
Yeah.
So why not start there?
I agree, because I mean, it also seemed like the most unusual position. So we had a Berlin, and so how popular is like the main Berlin endgame these days, Vishy? Because we see so many games with the move d3, right? What would you say is like the trend at the very top level between playing the anti-Berlin with this move and like allowing that pawn to get captured?
when people get exhausted with the anti-Berlin tries, so the two main anti-Berlin tries are rookie one instead of d4. That's very popular.
Yes.
But there you're going to an absolutely symmetrical position and you're trying to claim that you might be able
And
to
it looks
squeeze
like the
something out of it.
Petrov, right? Doesn't it?
Yes. But the mainline Berlin, it comes and goes. It's very hard to prove anything. The problem is black has 10 systems, and to my knowledge, all of them work. So when you are preparing against it, you have this feeling, this burden of thinking, even if I find a good idea in two systems, there's still the remaining 6 or 8.
Wow.
So that is the disincentive for even going there. But
So,
let's see what he did. He went
Can I ask you before we go further? Because I just think people watching who are not like chess grandmasters, they're going to be shocked to hear you say that in this end game, there's like 10 different systems for black to play. Can you tell us about some of them? Like how, I mean, knight c3 is the main move, right?
Okay. So first of all, king e8, h3. If you play king e8,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you enter it on the board is what I'm saying. Now there's bishop e7. And after g4, knight h4. Sometimes that's done with the king on d8. So this one's popular. Then knight c3, king e8, h3, h5 is one of the main lines. Again, being tested, battle tested, and very, very solid. Then there is, with the king on d8, there's bishop e6. But it's also there with the king on e8. So, and finally, there is king e8 and knight e7. And again, all combinations thereof. First
Knight
with the
e7.
knight e7. So all combinations of that. There's knight e7 and there's king e8 followed by knight e7. And then there's h6. And then all combinations, h6 and knight e7 or knight e7 and h6. There are some people who go to great lengths not to play h6. And when people got bored with all these, they started throwing in b6.
Right. Like, do we see the king going? Do we see the king going this way in any of these lines?
Because you need to move the bishop for that to happen, it only combines with bishop d7. And then they go king c8, h3, king c8. But I think this might actually run into some sort of g4, knight e7, knight g5. So it's very, very sensitive to move orders and things like that. But there are just many, many plans. In my opinion, the interesting ones are a5 and b6. You get very forcing.
So like b6
lines.
right away.
Yeah. And the idea is simply that if you go, let's say, knight e4, I think black just goes bishop a6 somewhere. But no, here rook e1 should be pretty impressive. So it's not exactly here. You might need to play knight e7 and h6, some combination. But b6, if you go, I'll tell you, if b6 you go bishop f4, then you go bishop b4, and if you go knight e4 here, then bishop a6, and sometimes it lands on e2. Again, if you've included h3, the tempi if you include h3 king e8, then bishop a6 would be quite strong because you're threatening bishop e2. a5, a4 is another plan. So there's just lots and lots of stuff. MBL is probably one of the few people who goes here regularly.
As black.
As white.
As white. Yeah.
But apparently Jan is joining him today.
And what is your take on these positions, Vishy? I mean, do you like the white side of this endgame? Or, I mean, if you're comfortable revealing such preferences.
I find it a bit depressing because you've given away the two bishops, and more often than not, I simply didn't find the correct plan. But it's almost a state of mind. You go there with this thing to take very, very small advantages and keep nursing them and nursing them. And sometimes people are wildly successful. I've had wins in the proper Berlin endgame, but I reckon I've had more wins the anti-Berlin.
All right. Well, so we have a little bit of intro to this opening position, the famous Berlin variation. And knight c3, bishop d7 was chosen by Vidit. Then we had h3. I think, one second, yes, h3 and h6, g4. So h6 is just played to stop all these knight g5 ideas.
Correct.
And is Black ever interested in playing g5 himself?
Yes, Black is, but that's very, very committal because after White plays g4, you probably are going to reroute your knight to, I mean, if Black has played g5, so let's say b3, g5, g4, knight e7, and you sometimes go bishop b2, and you try to play rook ad1, rook e1, and try to force in e6. But you might also go with the knight to g3 and land it on h5. Again, I can't give you general descriptions of what's going to happen. It's very move sensitive, and it's very tactical. When Kramnik originally played the Berlin against Kasparov, he often made the case that the Berlin was not sensitive to computer analysis. But in fact, now it's extremely sensitive to computer analysis because computers will be able to squeeze out an advantage from this effortlessly. But for humans, that level of precision in this kind of dry position is not common, let's say.
Is it getting more common? That's a joke. Did you get it? Okay, h6. So g4, yeah, very typical move. We do see this a lot in the Berlin for white.
So knight e7, and now one idea would be knight d4, and if Black played h5, sometimes they do things like e6 and sacrifice the pawn there. Don't think it works here. So what Jan has done is very interesting. Knight h2, clearly saying, I don't care about h5, I'm going to go f4 anyway. So let's just see where this is going. Let's say you go h5.
So yeah, let's talk about this move. First of all, you're saying, like, have you actually seen this kind of move in this position before? Is this like an idea that exists in any version, or is this something new for you?
I've seen more often the king stroll up the board to g3 to protect that g4 pawn. Knight h2 as such, I don't, at least I've not seen it a lot.
So let's understand this move. The point of it is you're saying is that Black has these ideas of h5, and we just want the pawn to be protected.
Let me put it this way. If there's another idea behind knight h2, I'd love for someone to tell me what it is, because I don't see it. But look, already my head is thinking, what about h5? f4, hg4, hg4, rook h2.
Oh, you're looking at an exchange sack.
King h2, bishop g4. How good is this? Maybe it's just incredibly solid. And maybe white is not going to be able to make progress very easily. I mean, imagine that I put a bishop on e6, knight on f5, then I have a firm blockade there. And the thing is, with this 4 versus 3 superiority, white has no hopes of having breakthroughs on the queen side.
Wow.
So this kind of thing pops to mind, but at the same time, it seems extreme because you're making a big commitment at the very beginning.
Well, it's interesting. And the computer bar is quite okay with this line of play. It hasn't, changed the evaluation really too much in white's favor. So it does seem to be a viable exchange sacrifice. So basically, you're saying, like, because this bishop and the pawns are in the same color, the bishop's not that strong.
I mean, if I could exchange the dark square bishop on f8 and the knight on c3, I would play this in a second.
Right.
Because it's just effortless to play as Black.
How do we even, let's make a few moves for white. I mean, because we need to develop these pieces somehow, right? So what sort of makes sense here? Like bishop e3 makes sense in a way. Of course, we're going to get hit.
Then I'd go knight f5 maybe.
Yeah. And okay, I mean, let's just play these moves that sort of look normal to me, even if they're not the best. You want to go knight f5 right away, or you want to keep your bishop here? Yeah, you don't want to tuck him back.
Well, at the moment, the bishop is stopping you from putting a rook on d1, so
okay.
I might want to leave it there for a second. And then if you go bishop f2, I might just play king d7. Again, because there is no check, and then I'll play bishop e7 and rook h8.
And basically, you're kind of saying these two pieces, they cover all these squares.
Yes.
So my king can't really approach to kick you out.
Correct.
And even if I go rook g1,
I mean, just hang around. If I go to f3, you still can't attack me very easily.
you can even go here. And I still like cannot really get around this knight.
Yeah.
I mean, I find this quite compelling, this exchange sack. And let's see, in terms of their time usage, Vidit has an hour 32. Nepo played knight h2. He's completely in his opening prep. He's only spent 3 minutes.
One more thing. After knight h2, what do you think of f5?
Okay, let's think about that.
If you go back
Kind of
in the
compelling
game
move,
on move
yeah.
13, after hg4, hg4, sorry, on move 14, instead of rook takes h2, I could play f5 here. But then after ef6, gf6, f5, I get what I want, which is that pawn wall blocking the light squared bishop of black. But black doesn't get to counterattack on g4, which would normally happen because the knight is sitting on h2 defending it. Which is why I'm trying to start with f5 and see if I can do it that way.
I mean, this is also like a viable position for black, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we have some rook g8 idea. Rook h4
Well, I'm going to play
idea.
f5 first. And then next, if I get knight e4 and bishop f4, it might get very unpleasant for you very fast. So I would not play f5 like this.
But let me try to make a couple of moves here for black without like losing right away. Because I'm just curious, because it says like, okay, this position is not so bad for black, but I can see how it can get bad quite quickly, right? So this is your main idea. Hit that pawn.
Maybe knight d5, but then knight e4, right?
Right, we're not gonna trade, definitely. And then we need to stop you from going c4.
Maybe bishop d6 here?
Oh, interesting. Okay, I like the tempo.
No, it doesn't like that at all. Wonder why. Maybe just takes and c4.
And like we have a better structure.
Yeah.
Interesting. Even though we've kind of undoubled these pawns, but at least we took black's bishop pair. So the engine likes us a little bit more for white. Okay, so what other move could there be to be stopping this idea? You want to try b5? Or is that like completely anti-positional?
It would not be my first choice.
No? Okay, let's see how bad it is. Oh,
It's pretty
not,
good,
not
yeah.
too bad. There we
Maybe
go.
just locking in that knight on d5.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Yep. Okay. But how are you going to get rid of it? I mean, because that's the thing. Maybe it's not that easy to get rid of the knight now. It is black's like one of his good pieces. It's funny how this knight is actually better than like the bishops, right?
But if I go king g2 here, will you play c5, trying to get in a bishop c6 or something? Or will you just play king c8, b7? Because if you go b5, I can go rook d1, and then you have to play c6.
I mean, c5 is interesting, right? Activate.
Yeah, and if rook d1, what does it want to do? c6 or?
So you're saying I don't have this move because I'm still going to be pinned right over here.
So c6.
C6 has got to be played, yeah? Oh,
No, that is huge. Okay, what is it?
that's not C6. Wow. I mean, I'm kind of limited in what I can do.
Oh, it's bishop c6.
It is bishop C6, and then you have to move the
Knight
king.
f6. If you go knight takes f6, I play rook takes h2 check and bishop d6 check. Then I escape the
Oh,
pin.
wow.
So
That's pretty.
so that's
Okay,
the
let's
thing.
look at that. That's actually a beautiful line, right? Like it looks like this is a blunder because you're losing that pawn. And
But
then
either rook takes h2 or bishop d6.
or bishop d6 immediately. It could be even, yeah, it could be something like that. But you can try rook takes. Then you pull the king into a check. So you unpin, and then you're going to be able to win this knight.
Black, yeah.
You have two pieces for the rook. Of course, it's like super sharp, but I guess the thing is that like these bishops are really amazing, and this king can get in trouble once this king gets out of the way and the rook comes in. So the Berlin endgame, as you said, can get quite sharp. it's not really, just because we say it's the end game, it doesn't mean it's like lacking tactics. It's actually quite, like, look at these lines we're looking at. They're very exciting.
Yes, it's not an end game because there are so many pieces left. But we tend to think of the end game as being without queens. But there's a lot of bishops out there.
You know, I remember I did like kind of like Kramnik was doing some online training camps, and one of the themes that we covered was like the Berlin. He showed us some of his games, and I just remember I was like, this is very cool, especially when he explains, how the approach is for black. I mean, I mean, it's maybe not my dream to like trade off the queens in a few moves before even playing a middle game, but still, like, I can appreciate like all of these lines that we're looking at are super fun, and they might be just more interesting than the middle games and the other games.
Yeah.
So, like, we already found an exchange sack. We found this beautiful interception tactic. And we have like this new idea on the board with this unusual knight retreat to.
I'm already not very
H2.
impressed with knight h2, but at least it's new.
So basically, we looked at h5 ideas, and you also are saying that f5 immediately could be an idea. And Vidit, by the way, he is still making these decisions, right? But it's kind of logical because there are very different paths here available for black. So f5, what are you trying to do with that move?
I was hoping for e takes f6, g takes f6, f4, f5. That's literally it, nothing more.
And this is just a very common idea, isn't it? I remember some kind of seeing these ideas in the Berlin where you just try to use
No, this is a bad move because of f5. So you do not play. You do not play f4. It's something else. If you take, what am I going? Bishop f4. Rook d1. What am I playing exactly?
So basically, let's just show people, we are trying to get the pawn here, blocking off the bishop, taking some space. That's the dream. But the problem is that this move stops the dream, and actually white doesn't really have a good answer because they can't even push because they're going to lose this pawn.
And the other thing is, having started with f5, I'm threatening to play king e8, king f7, and keep the king hiding on that side.
Oh, I see. That would be quite a nice position for the king. Yeah. So here, I mean, black really has no problems because white majority is not particularly strong. And
so f4 might be a mistake. What can we do besides f4?
I kind of like bishop f4. Unless, oh, no, maybe not. Is there
Knight g6 and h5 maybe.
knight g6, bishop here, and just h5? Yeah. Getting some counterplay. Okay. That's not the way to do it for white. I mean, knight e4?
Bishop g7, rook d1.
Something like that. Should we try going towards the center? Yeah. Because, if you go knight d5, we always have c4. So if you go bishop
If I go f5, you go knight f6.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that my knight would be
And
pretty
bishop
happy
g7,
here.
maybe knight h5 even. Maybe knight h5, the bishop runs out of square.
So you're saying, like, how's he running out of squares?
Rook d1.
Rook d1? d1? This one, right? And what if we just move him to this diagonal?
Bishop f4 maybe? No, that's not it. So it's something else besides bishop f4.
What do you think would be the good move for black here, though? Is it like knight d5? Is it rook g? I kind of feel like maybe this way. You think we should go this way? No.
No.
Huh. So there's
Some terribly accurate move. Maybe knight g6.
somehow the knight is better here. Why? Maybe you can go to h4 in some situations.
Well, if you take, then my king is going to c7, the rook's coming to f8, and you can't stop any of this. So,
Interesting. Okay.
shall we see Prague Hikaru against
Yeah.
Prague?
So let's make a summary of what we see going on. How do you think this game is going to develop, the Berlin endgame?
I think it's going to develop like the Berlins have developed over the last 25 years.
Do you think this is going to, first of all, do you think it's going to blow up at some point? Are we going to see some action in this game? Or is it going to, because, you know, we have games that peter out and games that blow up. Are we building up to something bigger or not? That's your prediction.
Especially whites expanding on the king side, can always become spectacular. Some of the most beautiful positions, some of the most beautiful ideas come after this f4, f5 because it's so rich. You're trying to suffocate that bishop and that bishop is fighting back and there's an intense struggle. There's tactics on g4 and f5, e6, what have you. That's always potential, but whether we'll actually see it today.
Okay, well, we're going to have to hope for that endgame to build up to a big struggle. But so far, it looks pretty fascinating, right? Yes. We have an imbalance on the board in terms of pawn structure. We have this kind of unusual idea of pulling the knight back, a dangerous sort of expansion, and a big crossroads for black in terms of choosing a plan. Is he going to go with h pawn, the f pawn, or something else that we haven't considered? All right. Actually, let's do a bird's eye view of the women's boards. What looks interesting here? We have some kind of queen's gambit with an isolated pawn in Garyachkina Vaishali. Well, that's like a positional game. Then we have this open Sicilian between Lagno and Tan, which obviously has a lot of potential to get interesting. A really aggressive play by Humpy that maybe this is the one we're going to go to. All right, let's take a look at Salimova versus Humpy. And you did say that she played this unusual, what is it, the Dutch approach to the Catalan?
The Catalan Dutch. Well, the Dutch is anything with the pawn on f5 and d5.
Yeah. And well, I mean, the reason this is unusual is because like black is moving the same piece in the opening twice.
Yes, it's also unusual because the black pawn would already be on f5 in a Dutch.
Right.
In a Catalan, you're supposed to move the knight in order to get it. So you're committed a move. On the other hand, it's e4.
Yeah.
And we see with black's follow-up that black has tried to start pushing very aggressively based on her central control and everything.
Well, I do like Humpy's approach. I feel like the tournament situation is sort of, you know, pushing her towards it, right? She hasn't really had super exciting games. Yesterday with white, she really didn't get anything against Tan. So she's playing one of the least experienced players here. And she's trying to go for something unusual to create a game. So I like her approach. And here we have to see that pawn on f5, Salimova going b3, and knight c6. Okay, I mean, I guess I would say like this move is not obvious to me in any sense. Like, what do you think, Vishy? Like, is this like, I would have no idea like why the knight belongs there as opposed to like, I don't know, some other move that I can play. Maybe you can enlighten us.
It's just space. Black's not supposed to put his knight on c6 in these kinds of positions because you're weakening the c7 pawn. So black is quote unquote breaking a lot of the rules, but it's a very aggressive strategy, trying to play h5 very fast and just go for the kill on this side.
So she's just trying to get control over that square, right? So instead of kind of instead of going for this, where it's like a lot slower to develop these pieces, she just she goes for something where I guess, you know, this pawn has less support, but especially after b3, I mean, it's not like there's any attack on this pawn whatsoever. There's no knight on c3, there's no queen coming out. So she can afford to not overprotect that pawn. So interesting. She puts a bit more pressure on these two squares in the center. And after bishop a3, which is very standard, trying to trade off black's good bishop, she avoids the trade. Okay, cool. I like that idea. Of course, that means that black will never be castling short, but she does put more pressure here. e3 by Salimova, I mean, kind of makes sense, right? There's a little bit of an issue of how you're going to get this knight out with this pawn being so weak.
But you have to support the d4 pawn. And then black lashes out with h5.
So I love it. I love the whole concept. I mean, in terms of unbalancing the game, I think Humpy is doing great. She has this really strong knight. She has a plan that is going to make Salimova really uncomfortable. Don't you feel like You know, like despite the evaluation being balanced, like don't you feel like it's annoying to face such a thing, and you understand that like your opponent has one very direct line of play that is quite dangerous for you?
Well, stylistically, you've been yanked out of what you were expected to do. If you're playing a Catalan, you're expecting one kind of game, and you've been yanked out violently and thrust into something else. I think psychologically that's the feeling. So it's good that Salimova is taking her time to reorient herself.
Yeah.
Because this will be a very different kind of struggle.
Oh, wow. And in terms of the time, she has taken a lot of time to reorient herself because they were approximately equal on the clock, about an hour and a half each. But now, well, an hour and a half, that's what they started with. Yeah, they were equal when the game started. I forgot, you know, their time control is different from the open section. But you know, now she's under an hour, and actually Humpy has only spent 5 minutes here. Right. So she has not spent long at all, and Salimova has now given up about 30 minutes on the clock.
Would you play knight of d2 here? I'm trying to play knight of d2 so that I can take on e4 and put the other knight on c3. So this is what I want to do.
Yeah, okay. So instead of resigning, white can still continue to look for moves. Knight of d2. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. No, she's about to play a move. Let's see what she did. She did your move. Yeah, knight of d2. Very
as you pointed out, instead of resigning.
Yeah, it's preferable to resigning. You know, there's still some available moves to white. It's just like, of course, it's a joke, but I just mean like psychologically, I really feel so uncomfortable with these moves coming down and this knight, and my knight still sitting on b1 and the rook in the corner.
But one thing, look at that queen and the queen on d8 and the black bishop on c8. If the black bishop comes to d7 at some point, then that queen has no way to get out.
Right.
The e7 square is missing.
Yeah.
And so that queen is going to have a very hard task getting to the h file, which is where it belongs.
Wait, I have a solution for that.
Go on.
Well,
queen d7, g5, queen d7.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, because you're right, like this queen unfortunately doesn't have normal ways to get out. We're not going to checkmate without the queen.
If you're, I mean, I played knight of d2 now.
Yeah.
You go with that. You go h4. I take on e4. You take with the, let's assume you take with that pawn.
Oh, that one is actually the bad capture.
Yeah. I go knight c3.
Okay.
And I would say that even after queen d7 and g5, it's hard for you to play queen a7 because d5 continues to be vulnerable. Okay, apparently it is d takes e4.
Take this way, maybe that gives us.
And this
more
is actually nice for black, it seems. So then.
What's the difference? I mean, like you go knight c3. What's the big difference?
Maybe just g5. But then I can even sack on e4, no?
Do you feel like there could, I mean, there's almost like some possibilities of sacrifices here, but not yet. Yeah.
It is a piece. I'm going to play knight b5.
Yeah. I don't have that much pressure on g3 yet. Okay. So I'm kind of scared about playing this move, but okay, maybe we should. Let's go.
No, it does not like
it. Doesn't
g5.
like it, but yeah. It's because I'm afraid that something will happen in the center at some point.
That
like
too, but it's very hard to execute because even if you play d5, I'll play knight e5 and knight d3. I'm guessing it's something of taking on e4.
Really, so dramatic. Wow, want to sack a piece here? And you think white can be better? It can justify that one pawn advantage. Wow.
No, I don't.
How about something more calm? You know, like queen c2
But
or
it's important.
d1.
If knight of d2, h4 doesn't threaten knight e4, then you have to ask what white is doing.
Yeah.
So
this
maybe knight of d2 is inaccurate.
This is a viable sacrifice. I mean, it's maybe not like winning, but yeah, it is a viable idea for white to go for this, Get two pieces for the 2 pawns for the piece.
Yes.
Take away black space advantage. The king is still here. It's you know, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of preparatory moves would you do if you didn't want to sacrifice right away?
Queen c2 is one attempt.
Yeah. Oh, look at that, Queen C2. One move and the bar is just swinging. It's crazy, right? Like,
What does he want to do?
it's not like
Bishop
we're
D4?
trying like the worst looking moves.
Yeah, I just wanted to play Rook A D1.
Right.
But apparently the computer
So maybe
was
Queen
miserable
D7.
here.
We start our beautiful regrouping.
Rook A D1.
And
Queen at 7 or what?
yep, I guess let's keep going with that. Oh, nope.
Now it's knight takes C4. Ah, that's the point here. Okay. So we just walked into that. You have
Yeah,
to play
we walk
H3,
into that.
H3.
Yeah. This is, I guess, too powerful. Wow. I mean, why are we like that losing? Because every time you take
I take
and
with
the
F
rook
pawn.
and the rook opens up too, and yeah, the black king is in big trouble. So we have to start with this. Nope. And by the way, would you take with the F pawn? I guess you would.
Mhm.
And then on this move,
Bishop
you,
takes C4.
ah, okay. You defend laterally.
Yeah.
And you use the pin here, so it's quite prosaic. Okay.
Okay, look, let's leave this for a second.
Yeah.
And, we still haven't seen what Fabi's doing and also what Hikaru's doing. So let's swing to those two and come back.
Yeah. Well, it's because they're just maneuvering their pieces around. I think that's
Sure, but
why.
I think we should just even at least note what's happening.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, you see, it's just like the universe is telling us, like, no, let's not go there. Okay, guys, right now the open section games, they're like in the process of getting updated. So let's stay on the women's boards. But yeah, no, I don't know. I do
What
find
were we
it
missing? We were
fascinating.
missing one more game, like Lei versus Anna.
I think we can try looking at, we can discuss the Sicilian a bit between Lagno and Tan.
Okay.
You know, this is the Sicilian, and Lagno was a bit ahead on the clock, but they're pretty even. So we had a Najdorf with Bishop E2. This is like Lagno's pet system. She really likes this. I've played this, well, yeah, she does this against a lot of Sicilians. We went for E5, knight B3, bishop E7, bishop E3, bishop E6, castles, castles. So far, it looks kind of standard. A4, B6.
B6 is sort of new. I mean, knight B6 is more popular, rook C8 is more popular. B6 is kind of interesting.
So you're saying either rook C8.
Even queen C7, rook F C8.
Or knight B6, like something like that. Are we trying to go for knight C4 here?
Yes, or D5.
Okay, so she goes B6 and H3 by Lagno. What do you think about that pawn move? Is that necessary? What is she trying to prepare with that move?
It's just a move.
In these positions, I mean, you don't think she's trying to go for like F4, do you? It's strange with the rook on F1 and E1, right? No, it's not F4. Okay, this is just to stop these kinds of ideas.
I think, in fact, H3 confirms she's not playing F4 because it would just weaken the G3 square and so on. So
yeah. Okay. So Queen C7.
okay. More the thing that if you do play F4, the question is, what is your threat? Are you threatening F5? Because if I play Queen C7, my bishop still has the C4 square. So F4 kind of doesn't belong. If you go F5, I go bishop C4, and then I'll start with B5. So my hunch is she's not going for that. But you could also just take on F4, and that's quite comfortable, I think.
Just take and play knight E5. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, that's the little server problem that we're having. Okay, so Queen C7. Let's get back to figuring out this position. So we need a move for white, and I guess black is getting ready to maybe put a rook on C8.
And then bishop
Something
C4
like
or
that.
something like that, and try to get B5 going.
Well, I guess the big question is always whether we can come in with knight d5.
Okay, let me take with the knight.
So let's say I go here, you take with the knight, and go bishop f5, and I was kind of going for c4, and then you're
Allowing
just going to
A5.
go a5, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is supposed to be kind of like a dream for black, isn't it? Because you've completely blocked up the queen side with this move, and then you're going to always be able to put your knight here, and I can't really use my pawn majority on the queen side at all. So, so it's funny because like this natural way of protecting the pawn is actually quite bad. So how am I supposed to do it then? Am I supposed to be playing like, I don't know, c3 maybe?
Maybe bishop d3, but then you take and go f5, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure like I should be getting your bishop out of the way so quickly, you know, because once you take, then this pawn majority starts coming down. And yeah, black felt pretty comfortable here. So I would have to look for another way to guard.
Let's try a5.
Like where?
Here. White. White plays a5.
Instead of defending this pawn.
Yes.
Wow. Right here. Okay. Oh, it's pretty interesting. So if I go, I guess I can go b5 as like my safe move, right?
Then I would go rook c1
and go for c4.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is kind of fascinating, a fascinating little move because, you know, this pawn is hanging and you're actually not protecting it. You're going for some sort of tactical point of
so
like
bishop c2, I want to play rook c1.
Ah, like that. Didn't even see that.
And if bishop d1, rook c7, I'm just close to winning.
Yeah, because the rook has invaded and like everything is hanging. Yeah, the position. That's pretty cool. And you're saying like if I go here,
then I thought rook c1 is here.
You're gonna try to go for this plan, but now I'm gonna find a way to maintain the balance. It's gonna
Maybe
be
rook fb8
the challenge.
Or rook fc8.
Okay, rook fc8, and if you go c4,
take. And if rook c4, I don't know, queen d7, or maybe even rook takes c4. Queen takes c4 works.
Rook takes c4, you're saying?
Go queen b7, maybe just.
And basically, I mean, this is a very unfortunate night, as it often is in the Sicilian. Can't really go anywhere, and it's hanging.
Yeah.
And there's a backwards pawn, so yeah, black is all right in this position. Okay, well, it was an idea, you know, knight d5, kind of always you have to look at it. What other ideas would you like to try here for white? Is it queen d3? I don't know. Sometimes we go queen d3 and then we try to go knight d5.
One thing I might consider is bishop f3 and rook e2, rook d2.
This is, yes, this is actually kind of nice.
Very Karpovian. And then I have time maybe for knight c1, d3, knight b4.
Okay, that's actually really cool. Yeah, very patiently defending this pawn, getting better control over this square.
But the problem will be black will just get b5 very quickly.
So you think black can get this move in? How do they get it in? Just like rook fc8 or queen c6? Queen c6, then you have to watch out for like knight d5.
Yeah.
What's the way? Okay, maybe we play rook ab8. Do you think this move could have any point? Or is there just like some kind of, I don't know, queen e2 could be annoying?
Well, queen e2, bishop c4, and then you're walking to d2. And if you want queen d2, it's a way of gaining a tempo. But...
Yeah. So we can try this move. Trying to play b5. All right, but maybe what we can do is do a bird's eye view of the open section and just see what's going on there. Okay, so let's go to Abbasov versus Firouzja. Wow, everything getting traded. What do you think? Is white going to take on c5 and allow his bishop to get taken on d3, Vishy, or is he going to play bishop
I think
e2?
if he goes bishop at 7 check,
Uh-huh.
king at the knight at 7, queen c5, then I can take on f3 and play queen f6 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't quite work.
Oh, you hit the pawn on f3 and the rook on a1.
Mm.
So I guess
You can go queen takes c5, but queen takes d3, and I don't see a great follow-up, to be honest.
queen c5, queen d3, and then Abbasov is just going to kind of look for some ways to trade, right? Although, like, how does white, like, keep the balance, though, exactly? Like, what would be that line?
I find it hard to believe that white's going to be worse after bishop e2, but rook c8 is kind of unpleasant, because that knight is running to jump somewhere.
Yeah, bishop e2, rook c8. I mean, definitely feels like white has to do a bit more work because black's pieces are well placed, right?
Yeah.
White's not completely developed, although, I mean, maybe. Oh, let's go with bishop e2, rook c8, and queen d2.
But then knight c4.
Knight ce4. And yeah, if I trade with you, all your rooks both get to the
But
open
even
files.
knight fe4 looks interesting.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's keep going with our overview. We have also Caruana versus Gukesh. Black playing b5. It looks a little bit like the game between Vaishali and Humpy from a couple of days ago, or is it not like that? It all looks the same. It kind of looks the same to me. There was a pawn on b5. Of course, there are some differences.
Yeah, but that was the bishop was on.
It was on e7. It was on e7.
It
was on d6.
Yeah.
It was on d6, and then later on it moved to e7. So the bishop is placed differently here.
Yeah.
So what do you make about this position, Vishy? Does Caruana have anything, or?
Doesn't look like a lot to me. I mean, if the white knight was on b3, then bishop e3 would be strong, because I'm threatening to occupy the c5 square. But once the knight is on g3, if I just go b5, like Gukesh has done, hard to see.
So you're feeling like it's pretty solid for black.
That would be my assumption, but.
Okay, well, we have some nice developments in the game between Jan and Vidit in that Berlin Endgame. So Vidit did not go for any of the plans that we talked about. So you can see his h and f pawns are exactly where they were. But he did play g5 at some point, and there was a trade for the f pawn.
Yeah.
And black has just played b6. Does that indicate that black is trying to go king c8, king b7?
I would think that's more or less self-evident.
Okay.
Black has, that is the most obvious plan for black.
So what do you think? I mean, black's position looks very solid because it doesn't look like white was able to really get a base advantage with the f by moving the f pawn. I mean, what exactly is like white's plan supposed to be here?
I don't think white has managed to get anything real. So if I can play king c8, knight g6, and somewhere throw in h5, I should be doing well. Now the question is, can white move fast on the king side? Maybe white can play h4 or something.
Yeah.
So I want to play h5 at least and lock that up there.
Okay, yeah. You want to get the pawn there and at least use the fact that your knight can come to f6 in a lot of cases.
But h4, h5 is still has to be figured out.
Okay, so Jan has just returned to the board to see the move b6. And what do we have in Naka versus Prague? We got a very typical kind of structure here. So we might see a trade of bishops soon. I guess
Yes,
it's
but
going to happen.
then the problem for white is he's also lacking the h3 square, which would be useful to attack that pawn on e6. But there's a pawn sitting on h3. And this might be just too symmetrical for white's taste.
So summarizing these four positions, right now, it doesn't look like we're in a great situation to get like 4 decisive games like we got 2 days ago.
That seems like a very reasonable assumption. But I'm not sure that Jan and Vidit will end up with equality. It seems more likely to me that it'll be unbalanced. Gukesh Caruana looks very much like equality.
I mean, it looks more likely that we're going to get 4 draws than kind of.
I think 4 wins is not at all likely.
Yeah.
But I'm still going to hold out for 1 or 2.
Okay, but so which board where do you think it's like most likely we could get 1 win? Just go for 1 win. Where do you think it could come from?
I think this one, Jan against Vidit.
Jan against Vidit. And for who, actually?
I'm slightly leaning towards black right now because I think with this pawn structure, it's black who's going to have a pleasant time.
Also interesting, though, that Jan has a massive edge on the clock, right? Do you think that's important at all or not so important for, given that we're in the end game?
Doesn't Jan always have a huge advantage in the clock?
Usually, right? Usually he does, but it also depends on how fast his opponents are playing. And Jan already came up with his move. He moved his knight out of h2 back into the center with knight f3. So we've made 16 moves so far.
Yeah.
And okay, I guess king c8. I mean, we expect black to at some point do something with his king. He can't really move it there because of the check. So you can't leave it there forever because it leaves the rook blocked in. So king c8 seems to be a reasonable a try here. So let's go with that.
Oh, but the problem now is knight d4, and then I can keep harassing your bishop, right?
So what you're saying is like we can never really let you trade because that would give white 2 against 1.
No, that's too strong. All I'm saying is.
Oh, I think he went for c5.
Yeah. So he stopped that.
He decided not to allow the knight in.
Yeah. And now black also has a square on c6 for his knight.
Okay. So where are we going with our knights from here? And like, what is the... So basically, white has to play on the king side because they have the extra pawn there.
Yeah.
But their pawns are a little bit split up. Jan, I think... Oh, he hasn't made a move yet.
I think he's looped or something, so...
So generally, this is still going to be the plan. And how does white really do anything with these pawns?
Not easy. Well, knight g3 is one idea to put it on h5, but...
Or you can go from f6 if you want that.
Yes,
yeah?
that too.
So we need to somehow, we would love to destabilize that bishop. That bishop seems very important for black.
Yeah.
But we can't go after him anymore. I mean, potentially you're saying, like, the reason you're saying, like, black could win this game is probably because of how powerful this bishop has the potential to be, right?
Yes. But I'm not sure it's based on anything. It's just, I somehow didn't like this move f4. But maybe
a few moves ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, Vidit played g5. That was an interesting option too.
Then
And f4 happened anyway, so that's how that pawn trade occurred. Bishop e6, knight e4, b6, knight f3, and king and c5 on the board.
Yeah.
Okay. So now our job is to find some kind of a plan for white. And also, would you say that white always has to kind of watch out for like h5?
Yes. Must be one of the major plans for black, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So far, I think h5 is being met by knight g5, but there will come a point when.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, do you think like white wants to move up this king somewhere?
It's not a bad plan because I put a knight on f6, and if the king comes to g3, then it's I'm already ready for any endgames that might happen.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, right now the engine is giving us a 0.3 evaluation. It's not much, but it's like
it's still suggesting very strongly that it's not equal.
Right, but there's still some kind of plan for white here that puts a little bit
Yeah.
of pressure. Some way to organize these pieces, which is not obvious.
Sure.
Well, this bishop is very difficult to improve.
Bishop g3, h4. And then go to f6, and then what? So,
We put him on f6,
and still I have no idea what.
rook g8, and then it's not so clear yet. I mean, normally putting a rook on an open file with check would be very appealing, but I mean, there's no infiltration squares in that open file, which is why Jan is not like in such a hurry to do that. It just helps the king go where he wants to go.
But I'm curious why the computer thinks white is better at all.
Yeah.
Plan, that's why the computer thinks white has.
Well, let's try. I think let's try to get this pawn here. Can we do that?
So what, king f2 or?
Yeah, or maybe like knight f6.
Okay.
Let's try this move. Seems like a nice square to use.
Knight g6?
All right. So you go here. I can't give you my bishop. I have to
So you
make
go
a
bishop
choice.
g3, yeah?
Yeah, okay, let's go here, solid.
Then I go bishop e7.
And now I can't push because you take, and take. So maybe, okay, maybe I should have gone this way. That way I can come up with my king.
Yeah.
So like, let's say you go bishop e7, if let's say you do the same thing,
You just go
now
king g2.
king g2. Yeah, and I'm kind of lucky you don't have this tactic because when my knight takes, my rook guards my knight. So there's no way to destabilize that.
Sure.
So yeah, basically I'm going for king g3 next and then try to push the pawn and get my pawn to h5.
Yeah.
We have some excitement, actually.
Humpy, right?
Well, Humpy's game is definitely exciting, but we knew that. How about for a second we go to Abasa versus Firouzja, because here Abasa decided on this move, bishop takes b5.
Yeah.
So he wants to, on a takes, queen takes, he will temporarily be up a pawn.
Sure. Not much of a pawn, I think, but
Yeah, how do you want to play here as black? Well, we have bishops of opposite color. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't feel
what
like,
about bishop takes f3?
yeah, like black should be without chances.
d5.
You want to come out with queen f6. And let's say I go, and you're probably going to make some kind of a draw with like queen to g5.
Well, queen g5, h5.
Yeah. But maybe you can play for more, right? Like, can you go for anything better than a draw as black?
Such as?
Queen h5. What do I do? Do I go king g2 or f4?
King g2.
Yeah,
there's
I know,
a
I
queen
know,
battery,
I
right?
know. Yeah,
so,
there's a little bit of a
so
problem.
if you, I think you have to consider it already, or you go rook g1, queen f3, rook g2, and claim something.
Let's just show people why protecting that pawn is a bad idea. You don't want to walk into, oh, no, not this way. This way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because if you take this pawn, then the queen could take back.
Sure.
So queen h5 and
You would have to go rook g1. Or you
this
take a draw.
one,
It's a
yeah.
draw, queen f3, g4.
But that's the thing. It could be worse, right?
I suspect it probably is worse, but
I mean, you can even do better than
maybe
giving
rook
perpetual.
f8 and
Try to play. I mean, you always have the draw in hands now, right? So maybe I have to go here. Still, I mean,
what is it, f6?
feels like black could
No. What is the line it wants? G6?
probably that. Yeah.
And if queen takes b5, he's going.
We need to get a rook here, don't we? Can we just go for that somehow?
Yeah.
Maybe rook here?
Yeah.
No,
Well, it's a drop.
that wasn't the best way to do it. Maybe it's this rook. And then we try to come down. Okay, well, what can we say about this position? So bishop b5 is on the board. What do we expect, Vishy? We expect to get captured, or is black going to look for something else?
There's knight takes b3.
There's also this tactic.
And then I think white should just take the draw with a takes b3.
A takes b3.
b5,
So this
bishop
one,
b2.
yeah, this one seems to be
And bishop b2, I think.
kind of a quieter line.
Yes.
So if black wants to play, though, like we know black is completely fine, but if black wants to play, so we should be expecting AB, or yeah, that seems to be the main option, right? Or is there some other move that we can also throw in? Like, I don't know, bishop takes f3. There's not really.
You can do that at the other position as well, right? Yeah.
I don't know, rook c8. Is there any point to these kinds of
I
moves?
mean, I can go bishop e4 maybe, bishop c4.
Right. So if
Probably
I go,
I'll even just go bishop e2, so that I'm away from all danger.
right, then white's just up a pawn, and there's
Yeah.
no good discoveries, right? So basically, if we take, you take, it's a pretty forcing line that seems to be quite safe for black, and then white still needs a bit of precision here, right? Because white's king is
Maybe
open.
e4 is a possible move here.
To stop queen g5 and kind of kick away the strong knight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I go queen f6?
Bishop d2. Maybe it's just a draw. Same queen f3 logic.
Yeah, some sort of like perpetual like this, yeah? And then when I take the knight, it's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, well, do you think this game is still most likely to end up in a draw, is she?
I would think so. And Alireza has taken on b3.
So that really is a clue, isn't it? I feel like this move, knight b3, it's not really
Yeah.
going to put white in any trouble. He actually took with the queen. He took with the queen very quickly. Sure, why not? I mean, everything's just coming off the board, right?
Yeah.
This way, after a takes b5, queen. Oh, actually, maybe not like that.
No, I think you just have to play bishop b2 and
Yeah. We will
equalize
let
it that
you,
way.
the viewers, actually figure out why taking that pawn is a bad idea. So doing a little bit of chess training along the way.
yeah,
But white doesn't have to take that pawn. White can just go bishop
b2. Yeah.
b2. And, well, I don't know. I feel like anything can still happen. Like if I take on f3, Vishy, like pawn takes and
But it's very hard to get something going there, right?
still white's king is a tiny bit open. We can always hope for something.
Sure. So he's taken on b5, and now it's
Oops, he takes b5 on the board. Bishop b2.
maybe knight d4 instead of bishop b2.
Maybe not to like even let the king get
But then
opened up.
things like moves like e5 start to crop up.
Mm.
Knight takes b5.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe knight d4, I try for some knight g4 type move. What do you think?
Like knight g4 here, yeah?
I'm desperately trying to stir something up.
I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to stir up. Like if I go h3, what's the plan?
I agree. I don't see knight e5 maybe.
Okay, well, my prediction is like this game is probably still going to finish in a draw. Out of the remaining games that we haven't really talked about much, honestly, I feel like in the open section, it's not as exciting today as some of the other days. But we do have this really cool game in the women's that I think that we just need to go and take a look at, which is the Humpy game.
Yeah,
I mean, this one is a lot of fun. So
genuinely interesting.
yeah, we just last saw it after knight fd2. Humpy went with h4. The trade happened, and she correctly captured with a d pawn. Well, I guess in this position, if you capture with this pawn, maybe there's more ideas even of the queen coming out.
Sure.
Right. So she took like this.
Knight c3.
Knight c3. It's basically what we looked at, right?
What else can black play here?
Pawn takes. So she went for this right away. Pawn takes. And now Humpy is catching up with her on the clock.
Should black just play bishop queen d7 here?
Queen d7 and
Queen f7.
f7. Okay. Yeah, I like this idea. It's definitely unusual in chess to like make a move where your queen blocks in your bishop before it develops. But this whole position is quite unusual, right? It's like black is not able to castle. He's already created an open file against white's king. You know, there's nowhere really for this bishop to be even developed, because if you put it here, it doesn't really help things and the queen is blocked off. So you have to look for unusual approaches in unusual positions. And yeah, queen d7, therefore, it comes to mind. And
what about bishop e7 instead of queen d7?
Which one? Bishop
e7.
e7. Ah, okay. I kind of see what you're trying to do. Like challenging this bishop and saying, okay, if I don't trade with you, actually, what are you going to do with that bishop? If I go bishop b2, what if I don't play along? Like if I trade, I guess your queen gets a little bit more space. That's sort of what you want.
Well, the queen can also go to g5, but let's say you go bishop b2.
Yeah, let's
And
avoid.
then go bishop d6.
Right. And
Then
now,
maybe d5 is...
you think d5 here,
or
right?
knight b5 maybe.
I kind of like this move. Oh, I like it, but it's not
Not good.
too good. Maybe not too bad. What do you do against it? Knight e5?
Knight e5, yeah.
And now, I mean, the
Yes,
only
again, not
point
the
was
move, yeah.
was sort of the set,
Oh, so now
right?
c takes c5 here. Bishop takes c5, knight takes e4 must be the point.
Ah. See, the computer has wised up. At first, he wasn't really liking this whole d5 idea, but now he's starting to get more into it. So you're saying c5, yeah?
No, that's not it.
Not it, but maybe there's some way we can do this. Like, I don't know, I feel like something here. No, that's not it at all, yeah. Like, you're gonna just play like knight d3 or something, or...
Yeah.
Nope.
Nope. Wow, that's interesting. So what, queen g5?
Queen g5 and queen to h6, huh? Wow. And then
g1.
this crazy position somehow is good for black.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not obvious that we're lost, isn't it? Like, your king is in the center, your bishop
Maybe
is...
queen h2 check and knight d3 is... But it was already queen h2 was the wrong direction, so...
Right, like knight d3 and...
bishop e7 maybe.
Oh, okay.
So not easy at all.
Well, maybe, okay, maybe d5 was a little bit premature, though. So you were saying maybe knight b5, yeah?
But then queen g5 again. What did we gain? Maybe d5 there or something.
There's also an interesting idea of like c5 and maybe then d5. Is that just
Yes.
crazy? I mean,
c5, bishop f8. You can even play d5 there. It's a difficult position.
yeah, also, is there any moment where we can just like do this sack? Like, how often can we do these things? I guess in this version, maybe it's not that great, yeah?
Anyway, why don't we take a break and rejoin this game in a few minutes.
Okay, guys, we're going to take our first break. Actually, Humpy, she just played queen d7. Okay, the move that we've been looking at is the one that she chose. I do think this game is going to bring us some entertainment when we get back. And it looks like the entertainment today is going to come from the women's boards for the most part. So join us in a few minutes, guys, and we will get back to these games.
I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable.
And your aggressive style is well known. How do you balance risk and caution in your games, especially in a tournament as important as this?
Very poorly. Well, first of all, I'm not so sure that my style is so aggressive as some would think or some would state, but yeah, thank you I'll take this as a compliment. Yeah, I just try to play chess generally, and I mean, I don't know, sometimes of course you are like in a position to take some extra risks, sometimes you should like play more tight, but it's pretty much, you never know until it starts, so each and every situation is unique.
Yeah. And you've shown remarkable resilience in coming back from setbacks. Can you share a bit about your mental preparation and how you deal with the pressure?
Once again, poorly. Yeah, pressure, catches up with you every time, yes, so that's, you can't hide, you can't run. I mean, well, once again, I just try to focus on playing chess, and if you manage to think less about what's ever like happening around the tournament, what can be, what should have happened, what could have happened, and so on. I mean, that takes too much energy, and like you shouldn't waste it like for these like mental exercises. You just better focus on the game and on the moves.
We are back, guys, with our coverage of the fourth round of the 2024 candidates, and let's do a bird's eye view of the open section. Okay, so we have still a pretty tame position in Naka versus Prague. Any thoughts on that one, Vishy? We haven't talked about that one too much yet.
Yes, Hikaru has gone 92. But maybe c5, or should he move the knight? I don't know. I don't know. There's an outside chance of some rook takes f6 maybe. Yeah,
Okay.
this eliminates that, because if rook f6, I can start with rook a1 and then you're out of rooks.
Right.
So maybe that's the...
Well, basically, Prague has no problems in this position, right?
Nothing alarming, yes.
Okay. Then we see Nepo kind of going for that plan we talked about, where he puts his knight on f6, moves up his king to g3 to support maybe an eventual push of the h pawn to h5. So no big changes in that compared to what we've talked about. The evaluation is approximately balanced, but at least White has a plan, right, to work with here. Then we have some changes in FIDE versus Gukesh. There's been a trade in the center on e5, so the d pawns have been removed from the board. And Gukesh just played this move, knight to e7, trying to challenge FIDE's strong knight on f5. So maybe that's the game that we're going to go to, because it does look like...
We have to ask what happens after knight takes e5. So that seems a good place to start.
Okay, there's a hanging pawn on e5. Let's see what happens if we take it. Gukesh must have an idea here. I mean,
wait a minute. Instead of knight takes e5, no, I suddenly got excited with some bishop at h6, but just knight takes f5, and that doesn't help.
So yeah, so unfortunately we can't start with any sacrifices here, because you're going to be taking this knight first, and then you take the bishop, and it's not going to be too interesting. But taking the pawn is apparently not the best move, but it's certainly a very principled one. I mean, maybe we just we open up the rook, and then we try to utilize this pin in some way. Like, is there a queen d6 or queen d5 in the air, Vishy? Maybe queen d5?
Bishop f4?
Yeah, that defends your knight and kind of leaves me with a big question as to why exactly I'm down a pawn, right? But okay, well then let's look for something else, because something is here. Some way to equality for black. Like knight d5? Any sense to that? I mean, there is actually some sense to that.
But bishop d2 and I come back and it's still or a b5 and bishop d2 and it's a pawn.
Yeah, I have some queen f6 idea that I'm trying to do. I don't know if I can make it work, but that's the idea.
Apparently, the evaluation hasn't budged, so maybe that is the
We're
move.
on
But
the
if I just
fence.
go bishop d2,
Yeah, so the point of this is basically to free up that square for the queen. So you go bishop d2.
and now is it queen h4 maybe?
Could be even, yeah, it could be even as far out as that, because if I go to f6, I guess you have somewhere like move your knight.
Knight f3 and that's a...
Yeah, if I go here, you just
Yes.
move your knight back. So I might have to go more aggressive with this move.
And that seems to be it, yeah.
And so, yeah, the point of also the knight move was not to let your bishop kind of develop anywhere, and therefore you have a problem with this pawn. How do you defend it? Tricky, isn't it?
Sure.
Let's show people why this move completely fails. Yeah, we were using these pins. It's actually pretty hard to defend this, but okay, let's make one attempt. And knight g4 doesn't look impressive, or knight d3. Okay. Let's go knight d3. I mean, I have a feeling like maybe somewhere this pawn could be captured somehow.
Maybe rook takes e1 and rook d8 or something.
Rook b8. D8.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Rook takes, and rook d8. So just kind of playing nonchalantly down a pawn, yeah? And yeah, it seems like this...
Well, I'm threatening knight takes c3 and rook takes d3 maybe. No, I'm not. The bishop would continue to protect the rook.
But I guess
I'm threatening knight takes b4 and rook takes d3.
Knight takes b4, pawn takes, rook d3.
Even there, I'm not. Queen d3, bishop f2, king f1 is there. Sorry.
It's still there. But okay, I mean, there are a lot of tactical ideas in this position for black. And I think the main point is just like, this is really passive, right? And
Okay, but let's
moving
go and
him
see
back-
what white should be doing. If knight f5 is not knight takes c5 is not the
do you
move.
have any tactics here, Vishy? If I go bishop c1, is there anything you can do?
Yeah, now
Can
knight
you
takes,
try? Like knight takes c3 or what?
well, I have this rook e8 intermezzo to deal with. Maybe b takes a4, simply helping myself to a pawn.
Just taking here, yeah.
Let's go back to move 18.
Sure.
There is something which is good for white. What could it be?
So instead of taking that pawn, we can look for another move for white. Okay. Well, let's think about what you're threatening. You're basically threatening to take my knight, pawn takes, and then you want to go e4, right? That's kind of a nice positional threat. So white has to act quickly with that attack on the f5 knight. So one thing that comes to mind is this move, or some version of that, like even like maybe knight e7, queen at knight h4. Or, you know, rook d1, queen c8, knight e7, rook e7, knight h4.
c4. Knight c, no, rook d1, queen c8, knight e7, queen, rook e7, c4 maybe?
Oh yeah, let's look at that. So we're going to start off by throwing in this rook move,
Okay.
then throwing in the knight trade.
No, that isn't it.
That's not it, but we
And
were
then
kind of
C4,
thinking
yeah.
about c4 here.
But you're not impressed.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like black still needs to equalize. How exactly do they do it? Like we just want to go bishop b2 and
Well, I would like to play c5 and wall in that bishop, but maybe you just take on c4.
yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's not like really completely clear why this is so equal, right? I mean, black is sort of the one who needs to show why it's
Maybe queen
equal. Maybe
e6.
queen, or you don't like the b7 one?
Both are fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're gonna remove the defender of this pawn and get enough counterplay. Okay.
So there is something after rook d1, queen c8, which it really likes for white, but I'm not able to see what.
Okay, and Caruana went for knight takes e5. So you see he goes for the most natural move, actually, which the computer doesn't like quite as much.
Yes.
So are all these ideas just terrible?
This could be, but
Yeah. But that wasn't absolute favor. They're going down that forcing line, which we'll get back to in a second, but we already examined it, so there's no surprises there. Now we basically are expecting Gukesh, I guess, to find the move knight to d5. He might have already prepared this, or he might be looking for it right now. We'll see how quickly he plays it. So you're looking for that point 3 justification.
yeah,
of
I'm
the shape.
just annoyed. Doesn't seem to be obvious, but anyway, we can get back to it at some point.
All right. Well, here's the position, the live position on the board is knight takes, pawn takes. White is up a pawn for the moment. And white would like to play bishop f4, connect their rooks, and consolidate. So that is how we came up with this move, knight d5.
Yeah.
And there's no point in like ever throwing in this capture, I guess. Like, it's also kind of a question, maybe in some situation, but okay. Knight d5 seems to be the move. So fortunately, because there's a pin, you know, you don't have to worry about that fork. And the main point of this move is not letting the bishop develop, but also opening the diagonal for the
If I
queen.
go bishop b2 here, what are you playing? Knight f4 maybe, or I guess knight f4, because then queen g5 is on the menu.
Or you can start with queen g5, right? You start
Then I
with
just knight f3 and I get some
that's your
with
idea.
tempi, yeah.
And then I don't really have a good square for my queen. Okay.
I don't think knight d5 is easy to spot, but maybe by elimination, because queen d5 doesn't work after bishop
Right.
f4. So,
I mean, because like what
is there
else?
any other move? Is there knight d7?
Knight d7, we're still going bishop
Knight
f4, right?
Knight f3 or bishop f4, okay, yeah,
That was the dream of the bishop.
correct.
So you might wind up going to b2. Do I have anything interesting? I mean, knight f4 looks pretty good, I would say. He cannot be kicked out. Queen g5 is coming. I don't know, knight f3, I guess. But then could be some issues with knight d3. Yeah, if you step
Well,
back,
maybe queen d5 also.
right, then you have to really worry about
Rook e1 check and queen d5, or no, maybe queen d5, sorry.
like queen d5, yeah. I mean, at some point, black's activity is
In
getting
fact, queen
really
d3
good.
was working because your bishop on b2 is horrible.
Yeah, it's also possible.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, there's no way I can quite go to d3 just yet, but okay. So how does white hold the balance after knight f4? Is there some kind of like rook e4 move, or there's still queen g5 though? So this is the next move that black is going to play. It's going to be a pretty nasty threat. How about bishop c1? I know it's ugly. I know. But you know, the bishop here is not like helping me, and the knight is really strong, and I'm afraid that if I go rook e4,
I mean, it's a draw offer, right?
Right,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is, it is. But I'm
Bishop
hoping
c1.
to make a draw like that, and there you go. See?
Wait, what about knight takes g2?
It's okay. I'll just take it.
King G2, Queen D5, Queen E4,
Yes,
D5.
yes. I'll survive.
And then, yeah, and then you
These
take
things.
the AB5. Yeah, so that is being. No,
Yeah.
you can play rook takes E5.
Ah, you're doing it like this.
And then you take an AB5 is
Uh-huh.
yeah.
And everything sort of hangs. Okay.
So it's not knight takes G2.
Yeah.
Maybe it is just knight D5.
Well, I think he'll find it. It's okay. He's thinking about it. So, maybe he's just working it out. But I think he should be able to work it out, right? Because in chess, it's a lot easier to find moves when you know exactly what your opponent wants to do. So if you know that white wants to develop the bishop here, connect the rooks, and build that harmony, it's actually so much easier to find this move, right? Because you know exactly why you're doing it.
Yeah.
Not letting white comfortably develop this bishop. And of course, you're opening the queen. There's all these issues on the e file, so black has compensation. Okay, let's see what other interesting game we have. How about we go to in the open? There's just not like too many things to choose from. Okay, let's go to Nepo for a second. They have played some moves. He's really pressing Vidit on the clock. He went for knight f6. Vidit started moving the king out of there. Both sides were improving their king. King went up to g3. Vidit played a5, a3, a4, and rook ad1. Last move by Nepo. And knight c6 is on the board. So pretty much going along the scenario that we envisioned. No major changes yet. I mean, the knight arrived here. We knew that could happen when that pawn pushed to c5.
Yeah.
The only real difference is like this pawn has moved up here, taken some space, which I guess somewhat helpful for black.
Maybe black should be thinking of b5 before already. And something along those lines, but let's see.
So do you think it's time for white to go h4?
I think pretty decent attempt. You
Try to
can
get
just
that
play
pawn
h5 and
there.
wait, right? Yeah.
Are there other ideas for white? It's actually not obvious to me, right? Because if this knight moves, you also have to worry about knight d4.
Put in h4, let's see.
All right.
No. Didn't improve the position one little bit.
But it's in this position is hard to find, like that point two. It's not such a big thing that that we're searching for. That point two edge.
Yeah.
Well, we can let them think about it a little bit, and
Hikaru Prague.
I think we'll go to. Okay, first of all, we have not talked about Muzichuk versus Lei at all. This is a big matchup in the women's side. And let's see the current position. White just grabbed a pawn on b7. So my first impression is like white has nothing here, right? Like just looking around, white's king is open. The pawn, I don't know why that pawn is on g4 or how that's like contributing to white's position. Black's king looks really solid. Bishop looks good. So indeed, you got to, I guess, take this pawn in order to
Justify it.
Yeah, justify this position in some way. So you took a pawn, rook a b8.
And if queen c6, then take bishop b2 maybe?
Queen c6, let's say they take.
Or even rook a6, yeah.
And even this is just equal, yeah? Trying to get back the pawn. If we take, then you can take, and one of these two pawns is going to go. It's going to be a draw. I mean, most likely this game is going to be a draw. Is there
Actually, I think after rook a6, rook a c1 might get one extra pawn, but not much of a pawn. Something
like you're saying in this line?
Just rook
a
a c1,
c1.
because if we take on b2, then I have rook b1 going back, and exactly rook a6 was not helpful.
Okay, your trick is that I can't take this pawn because I put myself in a pin.
Yeah.
But Vishy, wait 1 second. there's something here. I was like looking at this. If you take, then I pin you.
But
But if I take on c6, you take with the rook. But we're equal here. We're equal because of this. We actually hold our bishop. And then we, I don't know, maybe kick away the knight or something. We hold on. So maybe we could even take that poisoned pawn even here. But you were saying, like, if we take here,
I take on e5.
you take an e5, you at least have one extra pawn.
I mean, here even
this
b3 might
endgame.
be. B3, B3,
B3.
just b3 might be possible. And rook b7, rook c6,
Yeah,
and
this
then
is
king g2, yeah.
a lot of weak pawns for black. So white would actually be better in this
Yeah.
one. But black doesn't have to go for it. So what else can white do? I mean, can they grab another pawn?
But queen takes d5, or...
Yeah, I mean, basically, having that king being kind of weak with heavy pieces on the board is not a great sign for white's chances to win this game, right? So we think that this one probably will end in a draw. Let's take a quick look at the very positional struggle between Gerechkina and Vaishali. There's a reason we haven't gone here yet. You know, not much has changed in this position for a while. So I would say in general, yeah, Gerechkina will enjoy this kind of position, right? It's about as technical as it gets, you know. She plays against this isolated pawn. She has a good blockade. And on the other hand, black, I think, has put their bishop on quite a nice square to neutralize the attack on d5. If you take, well, you're not going to take, but that would be terrible. That would be improving black structure. So I don't really see a problem for black here. What do you think, Vishy?
Actually, I think what you said first, rook fd1 looks slightly unpleasant.
Rook fd1.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that. So let me show how I'm going to hold the equality here. So basically, if I start trading with you, then I'm definitely going to wind up in a worse position. I should not be taking all those pieces. I could actually trade these guys. These
But then
I can
it's slightly
afford.
awkward. You can't play a6,
Yeah.
and you probably don't want to play b6. So
Yeah, I can't play a6 because then there would be bishop b6, and then that pawn would be lost. So taking is not necessity, right? It seems like it does improve white's position a bit if you trade and release the tension there between the bishops. And at some point, would you say, Vishy, that, like, I mean, at some point we need to also watch out for these kinds of ideas one day? Maybe not yet.
I'm not very happy with Vaishali's position. I think, as you say, it's one-way traffic, even if it's not moving very fast.
Well, let's see if we can spice things up a little bit, because there is a pawn here, right? Doesn't that give us a clue? Maybe one day we can play like g5 somewhere. How can we do that? I have an interesting idea. Okay. How anti-positional do you think like this move is? Give me your honest opinion. Like, I basically want to go maybe queen f7. Put the queen a little bit off the d file. And then maybe I'll think about g5 one day. I mean, I know I don't have to do it. It's just like I'm looking, black can sort of sit, but I'm trying to find an active plan for black. Want to try it? All right, let's do it. The computer didn't love it too much.
No, bishop takes f6 that probably doesn't work because you go bishop takes g2.
You're immediately trying to use the tactics here, but
bishop
I'm kind
g2, bishop d8.
lucky that I have that.
And then bishop f3.
Yeah.
And then throw away the knight and queen h3 somewhere. Something like that.
Okay, I'm lucky that I don't lose immediately. Oh, the computer is not impressed with this move, but it's still kind of a question, what would white do? What else can I try?
Maybe you could take on d4 with the e6 knight. And play knight
Knight
e5.
e5, yeah.
Because then you're threatening knight c4 maybe.
Oh, this looks like very logical, actually. Yeah, we found a weak square in white's position. Yeah, I mean, this pawn, you know, this bishop is beautifully posted because it completely neutralizes the attack on d5. You can never really get rid of it. You can't really play f3. So yeah, I guess that's where the equality is. Yeah. So basically you need to get rid of the bishop finally to get access to the e5 square. So you make this trade. Obviously this is harmless. So white has to take with a knight. And then you head for that square and you get counterplay. So that's the equality. Okay. So then we have, okay, something happening kind of interesting in Logno's game with Tan. Wow. And by the way, you know, Gukesh is still thinking over. He hasn't still played knight d5. So, okay. We last saw this position around queen c7. She actually went for queen d3. Rook fc8, rook fc1. I guess this queen move, it stops the move knight d5. Bishop f3, rook c7, knight d2.
Knight c5, queen f1, queen e2, yeah.
Okay, and then the big move happens that definitely changes a lot in the position, b4. And it loosens this knight, so it's not a move that you see super often in the open Sicilian, but occasionally you do. I guess there's no good discoveries that the knight can make on this unprotected knight, so it goes back, and the queen comes back. They attacked us, and we defended. So kind of an unusual position for the open Sicilian. What do you think, Vishy?
Yes. I'm just trying to make a5 work. See if it does. a5.
a5 for
white. For black.
For black. I'm trying to understand. Okay. So your idea is always, it's like, I attack you, but you get that tempo.
Correct. But the bit I'm not sure of is a5, b takes a5.
Yeah, and then I go knight b5, right? Okay. Well, this is an interesting idea.
So b takes a5. No, I was hoping for d5, but then e takes d5, rook takes c3, d takes e6 maybe.
Okay, so you're saying you were also calculating this.
No. a5. And if b a5, then d5. Actually, it does work. Sorry, because if e d5, bishop a3 attacks the c1 thing. Oh, but d e6 attacks my bishop, yeah.
So then
and
we
the
would
queen,
just take, yeah. So basically,
and d
well, yeah, none of this kind of works for black because of this. But okay, so d5 is a little too much, but we can just take.
Knight b5.
And I guess what's going on here is that black got control of this square while white got control of this square. So who is that going to favor?
So if I go rook c6, can you play knight a7? Yes.
That just, we walked into a fork. Kind of unfortunate.
So we can play knight c5 here?
Nice. It seems very balanced, yeah. I mean, it's like black getting control of c5 is still very nice. So you have to go like what, queen e2? And
go rook c6.
Rook c6 and...
Maybe rook d7, but I think c6 makes more sense.
Who do you think has better chances to win this position?
It looks equal to me.
But you don't feel like maybe potentially if things go wrong, it could go more wrong for white? You know, who has that like really ugly pawn on c2? I mean, we know
it's
like
not that ugly because the knight on b5 is kind of covering it a bit.
Do you think that white ever wants to make a move like c4, or this is just like not really the point?
I don't think white can avoid playing c4.
Do you think this is sort of the plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
But black's doing well here also. So
yeah, black has...
I mean, even bishop b8, b6 is an option at some point, or knight f d7. So there are a couple of...
So tell us, Vishy, how this move came to your attention so quickly. What the thing that got your attention?
Well, simply to undermine this pawn. I mean, it's kind of walked in there. And I'll admit that the bishop on e7 pointing in that general direction.
And also like the desire maybe to bring out the knight here, yeah? Because we're a little bit cramped as black, right? We don't have like a clear squares to really use on the c file. I guess that's what it is. So this is like an important source of counterplay for us.
What else could I do? I could play knight b8 or knight f8, maybe knight g6.
Okay, let's look at knight b8 because you might want to go to c6, right? But you know, it might be the, like
But
knight
after
d5.
knight d5, yeah,
Yeah.
take bishop d7. It looks,
Yeah, I think this is actually kind of the key, isn't it? It's like
yeah.
at some point, white finally jumps in. They make use of their rook protecting the pawn. If you, I mean, you have to kind of eliminate the knight because if you allow c4, it's going to get quite bad. But eliminating the knight is not that easy either. So black actually cannot afford maneuvering. It seems like, you know what's interesting?
That's why I thought knight f8.
Oh, but let's talk about for a second. I mean, I think it'll be an easy question to answer, but it's still logical to ask, like, well, why didn't like white walk in with this move right away then?
Because of bishop takes d5, e d5, rook c3 maybe?
Right. So here, the difference is that this rook has access to c3. So that's quite important.
But computer seems to think it's equal anyway. Maybe it's just very hard for black to do anything.
Yeah, I think this was a possibility for white. I mean, the thing is, like, she, by protecting the knight, she actually wants to make this idea even more powerful.
Right.
Right? So that's why black has to act quickly. How much time does Tan have? She has 38 minutes versus 35 for Logno. So it's very similar. And let's remind our viewers that this is an important game because Tan is currently the leader with 2.5 out of 3. So all of her games are definitely ones to watch. She is followed by Goryachkina. And, you know, there's a lot of players in this event that still have not gotten a win. 2 wins have come from Tan, 1 from Goryachkina, and 1 from Vaishali.
Yeah. 5 haven't scored a win yet.
Yeah, you know.
What about bishop c4 here?
Bishop c4. Okay.
Ugly as it seems.
I guess you're not giving me much of a choice, are you?
No, rook takes c4. Now you can go rook b1. And
oh, I have something better than rook b1. Let's see what I can find here.
rook b3 maybe.
Okay, let's try rook b3. Oh, rook b3, I'm kind of scared about one day knight c5 happening, but yeah, that's probably it. Okay.
d5. Then just what? Knight takes d5 maybe.
Takes, yeah.
Knight takes, pawn takes, I guess. And then I was hoping for e4 and knight e5, but I guess you'll go bishop h7 check. e4. Bishop takes e4, knight e5. King h8 and then queen f5.
So white is up a pawn in this kind of crazy position. This bishop sort of trapped in on h7. I guess the point is that on queen d5, we're going to find
Rook d3 maybe.
yeah, some kind of
Rook d3, I still have queen e6. But what could it be?
but also we kind of have to look at knight d3 at all.
Which is queen d5, no?
Yeah, it was just, I don't know, knight c1.
Bishop f5.
Okay. Well, let's just show why the queen sack doesn't work. Yeah, queen here, we take, and then you just like save everything and attack me. And this is hanging, this is hanging.
f7's hanging.
Yeah. So you're saying that on rook d3, just queen e6, yeah.
Yeah. It's a strange line somehow.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. So we're looking at this new option of bishop c4. Knight takes, rook takes. So the idea is that the rook got a new square on the c file from where she attacked b4. And now we have different ways of guarding that pawn. Not too many different ways.
Yeah.
But rook b3 was very logical.
And then if d5 doesn't work, then
No, d5, I mean, I think the main point that we had missed was that maybe the engine wanted us to take with the queen.
Oh, okay.
I think it was giving a bigger edge in this direction.
Queen takes. Oh, I see. Pawn takes, rook c2 takes, and bishop g4 maybe.
Or even
d6,
d6, yeah. And you can't really take the pawn because of rook d3, winning a piece. So we have these two beautiful bishops in the end game,
And a nice pass pawn. So
yeah. So I mean, it doesn't feel super likely to me that she's going to be going for bishop c4. It's a bit of a difficult move to, like, give up this fine-looking bishop.
Sure.
But a5 is really the most natural, and I think there's a good chance that she's gonna go for it. But right now she's thinking. And in terms of what other interesting women's games we've got, well, it's definitely Salimova versus Humpy. I think we got to return to that one. I think this is the big one. So queen d7 was played by Humpy a while ago. Rook c1 and queen to f7. Okay, logical. Inching towards the king side. f3. Pawn takes, and Salimova recaptures with the queen.
This is starting to look nice for white, no?
Yeah, it's starting to look like white's not going to get mated, given that they've traded off that e4 pawn. Their queen has come closer to the king side, and black's king still on e8, still undeveloped pieces.
I don't like it.
All right. Yeah, I'm not a fan either. I wonder where Humpy went a little bit wrong. It appears like it was here. It appears that this move queen f7 wasn't fast enough, and then like f3 and f3, even f3 wasn't really giving the problems. But it's very complicated, yeah? Like, I mean, she took, and somehow that's a mistake, even though it's like the most obvious move.
Or
at least a small mistake. Yeah, queen h5, she would have had to calculate, pawn takes pawn.
Queen h2 check.
King f2.
Can I go f4?
Wow.
Maybe it doesn't work.
That's pretty, though. Yeah. It does work, and it's pretty. Trying to use the bishop from both directions, actually. So somehow white can defend. Okay, I guess we can make this an exercise as to how I defend, right? So let's try. So if I take here, you take, I run, and I'm probably very close to getting mated. Intuitively, right, Vishy? Like, that doesn't look too safe.
I'm just wondering if there's any square left for you. I can't see it, right? Bishop d4, king f3. Can I?
Well, it feels like, there's some kind of even knight e5 that.
But f8 is controlled, so.
You don't have f8. Okay.
What about g5?
Wow, g5. You just want to go g4.
And queen h5, knight a5, maybe.
Oh, that's pretty. It's always really pretty when we add pawns in.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Threat of g4, and when the king takes queen h5, checkmate, and I guess white has run out of defensive resources. Okay, let's not do that. Let's think about how we're going to defend after f4. So basically, you want to capture me, and even if I bring out my queen, you're still going to capture me. But maybe I can go king e2.
But where's your king going out to?
But you're also okay. Maybe queen f3. Then you even take an e3.
Yes.
That's the
because
thing.
if king
You
e2,
go
I have
this
knight
way.
d4 as well.
Yeah, you take this way. I have no good recaptures at all. Everything. Okay. But I have a move here that keeps the balance. I'm like very fascinated by what that could
possibly be.
Yeah, and okay, Humpy's made a move, but maybe we can just solve this position first and then go to Humpy's game. Do you have any ideas, Vishy, like at all, but without telling me?
No, I just started with knight e2. I'm wondering what to do.
Right. And then they take on e3, and it feels quite difficult. So it's like the collapse of this is also very annoying.
Of what?
Of the e3 d4 construction is yeah. So it's not just this pawn that is going, it's like also the stuff over here.
Sure.
Yeah, it's amazing how like the engine bar gives this is like defensible, right?
Sure.
And it feels
close to
lost.
yeah. But after F4, I don't see many options, right? It's still equal apparently. I can't figure out why.
You know what's funny?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we do get 2 pawns for the piece like that. We have a beautiful center, even though we're probably just lost. But like, you know, we do
have a lot of center.
Yeah,
here.
look at this. It is a very strong center. Look at that. And I just fell upon the right move.
So
You know?
bishop h4 check.
Yeah,
king
and I was like
e2.
king e2, and we're running to d3. Look at that beauty. Oh, that's why we had to figure this out. Because the computer actually says this is equal. So we have 2 pawns for the piece, but this is such a strong center. I've like never seen something that impressive looking. And the king on d3.
Triple your normal center.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that pawn anchoring everything from the 3rd rank. And so, can we just try to understand why this is equal, Vishy? Is it just like, okay, not enough development for black, rook g1 threatened? I mean, how would you explain why the computer evaluates this as equal?
Well, white's king is very safe. It's got the big pawn mass, and I also represents the compensation for the piece. So.
So if they go bishop d7,
rook g1.
rook g1, we can sort of pick up a 3rd pawn or not. Why does this lose Vishy? Is there knight d4? Did I blunder into something?
Instead of rook g1, what else could I have done?
No, rook g1 was good. It was this rook g7 that was a little problematic. Is there something? Am I allowing?
G4 or something? No.
Something wins here. Is it just bishop f6?
Oh, not rook g7. It must be rook h1.
But here it's losing why? Like, why is white losing? Just to answer that question, is it bishop f6? It's not. Not bishop f6. There's something like really, really bad here. Is it?
Maybe e5.
Is it just castles queenside? Is it just
Could be.
castles?
Could be
Yeah,
just
it's probably
castles.
just castles. And then somehow, at some point, this will happen.
But if you go back to instead of rook takes g7, you go to rook h1.
Rook h1. Oh, and we just make a perpetual on the queen.
Oh, okay. There's no way to exploit it, it seems.
Yeah, so basically we can just go after the queen.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we hope you guys enjoyed that little exploration into.
Again, it's a new kind of position.
Yeah.
So players are just unfamiliar with it and struggling to get a grasp what's happening.
That was really cool though. I mean, like after your f4 move, I mean, it was very hard to like figure out what to do.
Yeah.
All right, but in Humpy's game, she just played bishop d7. We have some moves on the board. Queen takes f3. So basically, white has traded off this dangerous pawn on e4 that was really blocking white's pieces.
In fact, bishop d7, knight b5 is a very strong move.
That's what
so we have to
happened.
figure out how to
That's
stop.
what's on the board, knight b5.
How to stop knight takes c7. I guess her point is if castles, then she's going knight takes a7. Even though king b8, I don't know what's happening, but
Right. Okay. So white is starting to be actually the first one to make threats in this position. Intuitively, I feel like it must be castles queenside. I mean, because how can we play with this king in the center for much longer?
Sure.
So let's try to castle. Okay, so we're wrong on that. Did I also
Knight takes
is there
c7
bishop d6?
Could be that's the thing. But then I might play g5, g4 or something. Maybe it's maybe I'm not really threatening anything.
I mean, so the first point was that there's this move. And this one, you can't take because of checkmate.
But you see,
king
in fact,
b8. Yeah, it's not that dangerous, right? So this one was sort of okay for black. So it might be that I
bishop
blundered
d6
this.
maybe,
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the move. And if g5, just bishop takes c7, threatens knight d6 as well. So
So g5, yeah. We're unfortunately making these annoying threats of forks. So that's a pretty cool tactic, guys, using that king and queen position, and then you have a problem with c7.
So Hampi's in kind of trouble now. After knight b5, the evaluation doesn't budge that much.
So how do we
what is it
defend
want,
this pawn? Yeah, it's not
King d8,
obvious.
maybe. King d8, but then queen f4.
Oh,
No, queen f4 have e5.
I think I lose my faith in Black's position after I see king d8. I don't know. I mean, but okay. How do we defend the c7 pawn? I mean, we kind of have to do something.
Yeah.
I mean, there's rook c8, which doesn't look good. But that's the funny thing is that nothing really is inspiring.
Sure.
I mean, okay. Which one do you want to try, Vishy? I'm willing to look at these ugly moves because I'm feeling really desperate. And by the way, Gukesh did not find knight d5.
What did he play?
Something else, like c5.
C5, okay.
A move that did not cross our minds at all.
I did consider c5 and I was thinking, is there anything besides queen d5 and knight d5? And then I came up with c5.
By the
But
way,
I didn't pursue it further.
Han did play bishop c4.
Oh, okay.
We didn't think that was so likely, but she actually did go for that line. And Vaishali went for the thing that you suggested,
Okay,
and
and
she's doing
a6
okay.
and she's hanging in there.
Yeah. Okay. So there's interesting developments on a lot of these boards. So defending this pawn, Vishy, how's that going to be done? You want to try king d8? All right, let's just take the plunge. It's not completely lost, but it wasn't the number one choice of the engine. So maybe it is rook c8. Could be something like rook c8. I mean, they're similarly ugly.
Bishop d8, is that what it wants?
Bishop d8. You know what? This one didn't even cross my mind.
No, it's even slightly worse than king d8.
Wow. So it might just be rook c8. Not an easy move for Humpy to make. And I mean, you know, it's funny because I did think that this game is going to lead us to a decisive result. And the one thing though, that I said I wasn't sure for which side. Because even though I liked it for Black, like I liked what she was doing, but there was also this risk, right? If things don't work out, you don't get your attack. You know, White has this strong
It flips
center.
away from you, yeah.
So I am thinking, I mean, well, it certainly would not surprise me if Salimova won this game as well. So let's go on to the open section boards and see what we've got there. Well, let's look at Fabi's game. So we saw Gukesh play the move c5.
And Fabi has gone bishop f4.
Bishop f4. And this is our current position.
But wait, if I take on b4, what's he going to do?
Because you were trying to go queen d4?
Yes, cb4, I wanted to try queen d4. Maybe queen d2 is actually holding. No, then I have knight e4.
So
queen
this is your idea.
So it is not cb4
Right,
apparently,
it's not
because now it's
CB4.
flat even.
Right.
So what is the move?
Knight c6?
Perhaps. But then I just go queen d7, you go cb4 simply, based on your e7 trick.
Well, White's still up a pawn. You can't go there because of that.
And if you go rook ace d8, I can
Then
go
rook e8.
rook e8. And I would have to take with the rook, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to set up this tactic, deflection on your queen so I can win your rook. Yeah, and if you take with the rook, then okay, then it's going to be my turn. I guess I could even,
b5, yeah.
Yeah, or oops, yeah. Take immediately, and then you can't recapture. So That's why c takes b4, I guess, is not such a great idea. So what can we do? Is it... Is it some kind of a queen move? Because you kind of have to do something about knight c6, right?
Yeah.
So maybe queen. Do you like queen c8?
That
Kind
could
of
be
a
an
weird
idea,
one.
yeah.
But it could be. Yeah.
Also not.
Not the top.
Yeah.
Then it must be queen b5.
Rook c8
they're
maybe?
about equally good.
Or equally bad, depending
yeah.
on your point of view.
There's something a little better here for black than these two moves.
Knight d5?
How about queen b6? Completely ugly.
Okay, and if a5, queen b7, yeah. Maybe
I
queen
mean,
b6 is reasonable.
It just, yeah. About the same as all the other moves, though. I don't know if black has something significantly different.
How is knight d5? Is it
Right.
just rook a d1?
I was gonna say maybe it's,
Oof, it's huge.
yeah, I
Maybe
guess.
bishop g, rook a d1.
I guess
Yeah, that's
getting into the pin was not a good idea.
Sure.
Okay. Well, it looks like Gukesh still has some problems to solve here, right? I mean, Fabi's up a pawn. The other important thing to say is that white risks nothing. It's the kind of extra pawn where
Yeah.
he's going to feel very safe for the rest of this game, even if it turns out not to be a big enough advantage to win. Before we go to the next game, let's watch Gukesh's pre-tournament interview.
What's the main difference for you participating in the candidates compared to your normal tournaments?
Till now, I don't feel any different, but when the tournament starts, I probably will feel something. But yeah, there is obviously more pressure and more work that is required for the candidates compared to the other tournaments, and also it's kind of candidates is kind of a dream tournament for any chess player to play. So, and for me, it's been the same. I've dreamt of playing here a lot of times, and finally I'm here, so it's more enjoyable.
Yeah, and we'll definitely be seeing you do well here. How has your preparation been going?
It's been going pretty well. I have a very nice team, and we had a lot of fun together, and we did some nice work, I think. So yeah, let's see how the work pays off.
All right, so we just heard Gukesh talking about what a dream it is to be here at the candidates. Certainly, when you're 17 years old, you managed to accomplish that very early. I think he must be the youngest player to play in the candidates. I mean, since, I don't know, well, there's Bobby Fischer,
played at 15.
15, right? But there's just not a lot of people who played that young.
Sure.
And these days, it's so hard to qualify. People spend years in the world's elites without actually being able to make it to the candidates. So it's a super impressive achievement by Gukesh, and he got here, I think, by the FIDE circuit. Yeah. Okay, we have a bird's eye view. So we still are in that Berlin endgame with Nepo and Vidit. Definitely kind of looks like there's been some big changes in that one. We have just discussed Caruana and Gukesh, where Bobby has a little bit of an edge, and Gukesh is looking for his next accurate move. So let's go to actually Nepo versus Vidit. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. The evaluation is slightly starting to favor black. The one thing I really like is when I see this rook, I kind of feel like it's made some progress.
Oh, yeah.
To arrive on b5.
So now if c4, I don't know if that's advisable, but Maybe you should play knight a5, knight c4 or something.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about this rook is like she's tied down the bishop. Now she's also attacking the pawn. I don't really see what white is doing. So it's funny, the thing that happened with the pawn structure is I was trying to like do this and fix that weakness, but something quite different wound up happening.
Sure. Oh, knight h5, rook h5, I think is what we did.
Right. So this move allowed the move h5 to happen in a tactical way, because normally black is not supposed to be able to do it. But here, if the knight takes, the rook takes, and this knight is very unfortunately placed because of rook g8,
check,
and then we win the knight. So maybe Nepo's move, knight h4, well, we can't say it's bad, but it allows the move h5. Let's see what happens. Then he goes
g5,
g5,
rook a5.
and after rook a5,
I don't know what, can I play g6? Oh, then he takes on f7 and then plays bishop takes f6.
rook e1, rook b5, and bishop c1, and he plays actually rook b3. He did not go for c4. That looks a little weird to me, Vishy.
He's trying to get knight d4 in or something?
Because like the rook here felt like it had great potential. Like I'm not as convinced by the rook getting all.
Maybe it was knight. Let's try and figure out which move it was that black was supposed to have played, because black had a slight advantage.
I think it was c4. I think the move that you suggested was good.
Let's try it.
Yeah, c4 and kind of like
Yeah.
attacking that. I don't think there was
Is
anything.
c4 easy. If I go knight f5, what do you want exactly?
Knight f5. Oh.
Oh, then bishop takes f6 simply. Sorry, yeah, doesn't work.
Then I take, and then something collapses. Yeah, since you can't capture with this pawn, then
And I
this
just take
pawn
on e5.
collapses. Okay. So c4, interesting attack on the e5 pawn. Maybe you would have needed to go knight f3.
And then what? h4 check?
Oh, h4
Or rook
is
d8,
interesting.
d3. Maybe rook d8, rook d3. But you can't allow knight takes h5.
h4 maybe.
Or, well, I can't play knight a5 anymore.
So what do we do? King g2? King
h2,
f4?
h2.
Can
I
go
don't want to
F-
give the h3 pawn, right?
Ah, yeah. Okay. King g2 and rook d8.
Are you sure knight takes h4? Oh, then knight takes e5. So we
Yeah, I
still
mean,
have that
I'm
play,
not
yeah.
sure, but I'm kind of like considering that making that trade could be pretty decent. Yeah, maybe. All right, so we have him infiltrating though to b3. So what do we make of that move, Vishy? I mean, he wants to maybe go knight to d4.
Let me try g6 now. g6, if you take with the bishop, obviously e pawn takes. If you go fg6, knight g6, it is a good move.
Yeah, g6 is a good try.
Because if fg6, knight g6, bishop takes f6, I have rook takes f6 attacking the bishop, or I have ef6 also attacking the bishop. So that's very nice for me. I think in fact it's a ef6.
ef6 because this pawn is just going to queen. So g6. Well, I have to say, there's just everything about this move I don't really like. It's because doesn't it feel like your rook there's a danger that this rook just gets buried away from the action?
Rook b3 struck me as being just a bit too slow, and he has gone g6.
So okay, g6. Yeah, all right.
Okay, I can play fg6 and rook d8. I mean, it's e7 is defended, so it's not the end of the world.
So takes, and then you just have to move your rook away to d8. Yeah.
What's he going to go? King h4 takes h5.
But then again, the question is, what is this rook doing here? Which other black piece is she connected with? Let's see.
I feel desperate enough to just play knight b4 at some point, but the bishop is still having to be defended.
Yeah, Vidit just took the pawn. Well, I actually kind of like this idea of coming up with the king if I don't find anything else, which it's funny because I don't really want to move these knights, right? They're kind of amazing where they are.
Yeah.
So do you like king h4 here? Well, the computer doesn't like it too much, so there's something better. Or what
Knight
is...
takes h5 and no, but then you'll go rook g8 and knight f4, you have bishop f5. Okay.
Wow.
Maybe knight takes e7, knight takes e7, knight takes h5, and then yes, your pieces are on good squares, but I'm 2 pawns up. Just right. And knight h5. Yeah. Sometimes chess is just simple.
Yeah.
You just take your extra pawn. Knight is coming to f4, and rook is going to f6. And this rook again has buried itself on b3. Rook b3 really seemed to miss the point.
Well, the thing with this move is that, anything like that is going to carry a lot of risk because the rook is really getting far away from like a lot of the action, right? Like this move tries to build connections of the rook to this other important side of the board, while the move rook b3, it's like, well, maybe it has some ideas, but there's obviously a risk this rook just gets separated from the rest of the army. So, and then, g6, I think is very natural by white, right? Let's actually, d8 can we see one thing though? Like if we would have played this, was there still g6? Like what's the difference? I mean, you still have to take it, otherwise I go. So you take, or maybe you have something else.
What about rook takes e5?
Rook e5.
No,
but
that's
then
not it. Take g7, bishop f6, and rook f6 maybe.
Just like that, and then
g7, bishop takes f6.
And then what, bishop h6?
Yeah, what to do? Apparently
nothing else, right? But
then knight f5 is coming, or knight f3 is coming.
We've managed to create like a really, really strong pass pawn that you can't really get rid of, so should be good for white. So, okay, what exactly would you do on g6?
I have no choice. I have to play g6.
Okay, so taking. And knight takes, and well, obviously it's way better to have the rook here.
And now rook d8, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same position, except the rook is like 100 times better on the 5th rank.
And if I take on e7 and take on h5,
well,
then you just go rook d3 check, maybe?
It's interesting how, you got this intuition. Oh, there could be something going on in Hikaru's game. Was there a repetition or what's the problem? Oh, Hikaru's not happy about something happening on perhaps on the balcony. Let's take a look, actually. Let's go quickly to his board and just see what the last moves have been. Oh, they're repeating moves.
Yeah.
So queen d1, rook a2, that's 1. That's 2, and that's,
Yeah, so he's basically...
Okay. So their game ended in a repetition. Now, we have not paid a lot of attention to this game today. It's because...
But I don't think we missed out a lot.
Yeah, I think it was not the most exciting battle, where basically, we got kind of a closed position and not a lot of contact between the pieces. It seems like the most contact we got was right here when the queen and the rook got close to each other, and that was it. So, okay, what do we make of this game? I mean, good results from Prague. Solid draw with the black pieces against Naka. I mean, I don't think he can be unhappy about it. Naka, well, he's still the one who needs to get a win at some point to get back to 50%. So for him, it's going to be, I think, more of a disappointment this game. On the other hand, the players are going into the FIDE, and probably everyone is very happy about that.
Yes, I'm sure Prague now feels like he can relax a bit today, and
there is a cruise organized for the players and all the staff at the FIDE candidates tomorrow cruise around the river and to watch the solar
Eclipse. Yeah.
eclipse. And so that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow afternoon. And I don't know how many players will join that. What do you think, Vishy? Like out of these 16 players, how many do you think will actually show up for the cruise?
I would guess at least 4 or 5 should turn up.
Okay, 4 or 5.
16 is for at least 4 or 5.
Okay,
but a lot won't, because first of all, they might be able to take in the eclipse right here, but they may not want to spend 3 hours cruising around. So
Yeah.
they may want to do it more quickly. And yeah, the problem I think with the cruise is that you then get a bit too relaxed.
Yeah, it's the thing is like they're in a very tense tournament, and like how many hours do you really want to spend around other people who are not like your
Sure.
team, right? I think that's the thing. So yeah, I mean, even 4 or 5 would actually even be a lot
Yeah.
for tomorrow. And let's see what else we have. So we have Rook D8 on the board by Vidit, and basically he's kind of about to lose this pawn, right?
Yes.
Nepo is getting a little bit of a gift. Wouldn't you call that? Like this just last few moves, it's like, why is white suddenly going to win the h5 pawn? Well, what has he done to really win that pawn? But he's going to win it.
Yes. Yes, it's a bad move. I mean, this.
This
I don't know.
rook d3
I don't know
thing.
if it's obvious that it's bad,
Yeah.
but from our privileged position of it, we understand that it is bad. But if you go back, and I'm trying to think.
Yeah, this is.
But rook b3. The question is, what is the threat? Was there knight d4, knight b4? What was he hoping for?
Because this move doesn't even threaten anything.
Oh,
does
is he
it?
thinking of b5, b4? But that's incredibly slow, isn't it?
Oh, that actually could be it.
But that's very slow as a plan.
Right. Because well, it was also because g6 is just the obvious move, right?
Yeah, it's 1 move away. This one is like 3 moves away.
Right. Can we just work out that one detail? Like after c4, g6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got Lichess in its reconnecting phase.
Okay, if we're not able to connect, maybe we can do a bird's eye view and see what's happening.
Okay, sure. Let's do a bird's eye view of the open section. All right, so 1 game over for the day. The second game, Nepo is going to be better with an extra pawn in this end game. Definitely, I think psychologically it's going to be so unpleasant for Vidit, who was doing, just perfectly fine for this whole game, and then this one unfortunate rook b3 move. Suddenly he's going to lose the pawn. Then we have Fabi versus Gukesh. So what did he go for?
B takes a4 has happened after c5.
B takes a4, and then knight c6, queen d7. And also, the game between Abbasov and Firouzja has been going on for a while with, White doing his best to make it to safety.
But White has just chucked a pawn with h4.
Yeah, he has given up a pawn, but I guess
Was he
wants
getting into
to...
trouble there? Maybe he was.
Let's take a look at Abbasov versus Firouzja. Here we go. So the last move was actually h4.
He went knight c6, rook a6, and maybe missed that.
Right, so there's a little bit of a pin going on here. So he decides to get rid of the queen. Well, the queen took the pawn, and I guess we're going to take on b5 now.
Rook a2.
Rook a2, and then we're going to look for some way to make a draw. Oh, I know how. I think I know how.
Knight e7 and queen b7. Is that a draw?
I mean, I hope so. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
Knight
Okay, yeah, the
e7.
computer seems to say so.
You go
G7
somewhere.
maybe? Queen
Yeah,
takes
and I
b7,
want to
queen
take.
f2 check.
And my point was
King
that my
h1.
queen guards the checkmate.
If I go rook a4 here.
And hopefully, okay, this one is the perpetual that you can go for since you're down a piece. This is the one
I mean, I'm
where-
just checking the...
where you try to beat me, but I guess I have rook d4.
But then I go queen h4, queen takes d4.
And
And I don't know.
Okay, right now, I don't have that many ways to guard that checkmate, do I? So I think this is my
Wait, there's a much
Fourth
simpler way.
option.
Just go on. Queen takes b5, rook takes a2. Yeah, just put the rook on a2 and then g3 simply. Yeah, here g3.
G3.
I mean, you'll play bishop takes c6.
Mm.
But I have queen takes c6, and I think this is going to be a
Okay,
very
so
comfortable draw. Yeah.
there's this endgame down a pawn.
Mhm.
You know, you're nominally down a pawn, but of course it's very difficult for black to make anything of this extra pawn.
Correct.
Or you could try to go for the more tactical option.
Knight e7 and
Knight e7, where you're like allowing this f2 pawn to get captured. You're basically saying, hey, black, I think you've got to force a perpetual or you're going to be down a piece. And I think he's going, okay, he's going for queen b5. I guess soon we're going to see his approach. Personally, I'd go for this one as white if I was really sure I wasn't getting mated, rather than like letting Firouzja keep that extra pawn, because he's going to torture you for a while. So if I'm really sure that like there's no checkmate here, then I'll go for this. And how do you make a draw here, Vishy? You take, and then you give the check on h4.
And take on d4. I mean,
And then
you
you
do
have
all the
to-
obvious moves. And then
Yeah.
you go back with the check on h4. So it doesn't, no, you can't go. You better, no, h1, please.
1 second, let me just
You don't want to
think.
lose on
I
f4.
lose a rook, okay. I gotta go. And this way I lose
H1,
a rook.
please, yeah.
Okay, H1, I see.
So queen h4 check.
Okay,
King g1.
yeah.
But then rook d8, it bothers me somehow. I don't feel that comfortable here.
So you have 3 pawns for the piece, but they're doubled pawns. So you're feeling like the things could still go wrong for
Maybe
white.
just rook f1 and there's nothing happening.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I like the 4 versus 3.
You like the 4
I
versus
think that
3.
is the easy one.
Interesting. Okay, well, I agree that this one is very safe looking, but I'm still going to bet on this one, Vishy.
Okay, let's have a look when they
yeah.
come back.
All right. So we are going to take a look at Caruana now. Okay. Short look at his game, because let's see what's happening here. He took this pawn. There was a fork. Queen moved. There was a trade. He took the bishop. Oh, okay. The knight is trapped. So black uses his chance to like liquidate some pawns. It looks like this one is still heading towards a draw. What do you think?
Is it c takes b4?
Okay.
Oh, you're going queen d4. No, then I have queen c1. So you take on a7.
Ah, there's also that, yeah?
Yeah, you take on a7.
Mm-hmm.
I take on a4 with the queen probably. Why is this equal?
Okay, you want this pawn, yeah? Queen d4?
Bishop e3. Unless you're going to claim that rook takes c3 and knight e4 is going to be some sort of
Oh,
draw.
wow. Maybe I can claim that. If I have like the engine helping me out with this sacrifice, maybe I can claim, but I guess not.
He doesn't want to help you.
No.
No.
It's a pretty cool idea, though. How do we...
Yeah, it would be quite nice to see why this is not a draw.
Like here? Or
Knight-
here? Here, I guess.
Yeah, knight e4.
Knight e4.
Maybe some queen a3 type thing.
So what are we threatening, actually, for the moment?
Knight f2 check, queen f4 check, knight takes h3 check.
Like
and
that,
then,
yeah. So maybe this is it. Nope.
Yeah.
Why is that not it? Oh,
Knight g3 f1.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's not it.
Yes, because now we use the fact that the rook is tied down. You can't take my knight because you lose your queen, so I get a draw. So queen a3 was a
Why don't
big
you just take
blunder.
on a6 and see what happens?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems
So-
so maybe knight f2, yeah, it doesn't.
We
it's not a draw.
basically just escape, and somehow this is not going to be a draw.
When I get to d1, you are missing the d3 square, and so
Yeah,
I get
yeah.
out.
Queen can block in some situations on e2.
Sure. Okay, maybe we
Okay.
just show that. You go queen f3, king e1, queen e3, king d1. And then black is missing the d3 square, so
Yeah.
the king escapes to c2. I can just put a queen d4 check or something. And It appears that white is escaping. Just go back and try queen b3 check instead of queen d4 check. King e2 maybe. Where do you want to give it a check?
You don't want to go with that pawn. Yeah, we'll check. Here.
Queen c3. Are we going up the board? King e4.
Can we just like use the queen at some point?
Yeah,
Not
A1,
yet.
A1.
Not yet.
Yeah,
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 not yet.
So king e4 apparently. No, that's a pawn drop, literally. So king f2 maybe. Queen d4. But I thought you can't go back to the king side and hide.
So you're saying like we still have a little bit of work to do in terms of getting out of that perpetual.
Yes. Anyway, why don't we take a bird's eye view of the women
Okay.
and then take a break.
Okay. So we got Wuzichuk versus Lei. She is up a pawn, actually. I think that position is going to depend on sort of the details because it could be really good for white, or it could be that black has enough counterplay. Now we have Selimova versus Koneru. They are both getting low on time. That one is still a nail biter. Anything can happen. Then we have Logno versus Tan. Now Logno has the bishop pair and an extra pawn for the moment. Although I guess the pawn on d5 could potentially be recaptured, or there's the move e4. Also can be looked at. Yeah, there's bishop e2, but looks like it's not bad for Logno. And Garyachkina versus Vaishali is very even, and like it has been basically for the whole game. Garyachkina is not really able to show anything against that isolated pawn. So I think in terms of getting decisive results today, we're definitely not going to be receiving a bountiful amount of decisive results. Before we go on break, do you want to make any predictions for any decisive results that we might see today? Because so far, we don't even have one decisive game or anything clearly heading in that direction.
At the moment, I'm still trying to figure out what Tan is going to play next, Tan Zhongyi, because it seems to me that she can take on a4 or she can take on d5.
Yeah.
But I've got bishop e2, and that's kind of worrying me. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to close it, so to speak. So queen f1, maybe queen takes a4, rook b3 to b1. I mean, we can show this thing.
Well,
oh, that has happened, in fact.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that there could be two decisive results in the women, like Selimova, Koneru, like, because anything can still happen. They're heading into time trouble. Logno and Tan can also, it's a very sharp position. I mean, Nepo is going to be torturing Vidit in that end game.
Yeah, I think that's looking like a decisive game position.
Yeah, and by the way, though, Caruana did play, Gukesh did play the move queen d4 instead of taking the knight.
Oh, his point is after queen c1, he will then take on a7, and you cannot take on a4 with the queen. He wants to play, oh, that is very sophisticated. And there's nothing I think white can do about that.
Right. And
it has to be queen c1,
taking
right?
here, yeah, by the way, is like not really very good.
No, rook e1 and queen f4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you don't want to allow that check on the back rank. So it looks like...
I think queen c1 has happened.
Yeah, queen c1 is on the board and queen a7 is on the board. So like that, and rook a4. So yeah, he played a nice little move that put this queen on a worse square. And now this pawn is more vulnerable. So it's going to be, it should be easier for him to get that draw. But still, he's down a pawn, so still some precision is needed. Yeah, there's probably going to be at maximum one decisive result in the Open, and maybe as high as 2 decisive results in the women. But we're going to find out, guys, when we come back from our break, and we're going to see the time trouble phase.
As one of India's top chess players, how do you feel about the growing chess culture in your country, and what role do you see yourself playing in it?
I'm not surprised at all that it's happening. It's happening for a couple of years already, and now it's more prominent because many of the players are in world's top 20 and winning tournaments abroad. But there was huge talent, and the main differentiator is like the opportunities now are in abundance. There are a lot of tournaments they can play in. There's ease of access of information and technology, so that plays a role. Regarding my role, I don't know yet. I'm still figuring it out. Probably, I still feel that the biggest way to influence anything is by your conduct and how you behave rather than what you say. So I think how I act, how I deal with things will be the way I can influence people.
Speaking of, you're known for your calm demeanor at the board. How important do you think emotional control is in chess, and how do you develop it?
I feel it's one of the very important qualities required because there are a lot of thoughts going on during the game, and if you're not able to control it, you can take a suboptimal decision. So it's very important, although not easy, not just for chess player but for any human being. So it requires training, and I've been working on it.
Yeah. Before your games, you're usually seen sitting and focusing, getting some quiet time in before playing. What goes through your head during those moments?
I have a ritual which I do before every game. I'll not delve too much into details of it, but it's one of the ways to center myself before a game, to get into that game zone. It helps me just focus and also just get into the tournament atmosphere, and now you're playing, you're not just in your room, you're ready to fight. So all those things, it's a cumulative thing, I would say.
We're back with our coverage of the fourth round of the candidates, and the players are entering the critical time pressure phase, especially for the women who enter the time pressure phase earlier than the open section. We have a potential mini upset in the game between Logno and Tan, in the sense that Tan has so far been the convincing leader of this tournament, and right now her position against Logno is not that amazing. So right now the material is even, but White has the bishop pair, the much better pawn structure, this powerful pawn on d5. I guess the question, Vishy, is like, what does White do about this threat of knight takes d5?
For me, it's just a question of does rook a1 and queen takes a6 work? That would be the problem. Maybe there is some e4 at the end of that. So, but after rook a1, where would you go? c2, b2? It is possible because, but if you go to b2, maybe I can go back to d3.
Go back to d3 with the queen, okay, because you can't keep attacking
Then
the queen.
I do that, yeah. And okay, Goryachkin and Vaishali drew, so that's it. Right, and if I go back to d3, I'm threatening rook db1.
And yeah, it's actually pretty hard to see what Black is going to do here, just because in general there's tons of ideas in the position.
So let me go queen c2 instead. How bad is that?
So your idea is like e4, try to pick up this pawn.
Exactly.
But here's the thing, though, that when you play e4, I have bishop g4. So what if I just go and I take this pawn? And then if you go e4, bishop g4, now I use the attack on the rook, so you don't have time to take the pawn. And I mean, if you take this way, then I'm just up some material. Also b6 is a problem. So White, I think, has a really convincing advantage here.
Sure.
And I think queen c2 is on the board. So it's quite possible we're going right into that line that we just looked at.
Queen a6, yeah.
Yeah, this would be a great chance for Lagno.
Yes, and suddenly if Lagno wins this game, the tournament's wide open on that side because we'll have 3 people on +1
Yeah.
instead of a sole leader.
Yeah, I mean, Goryachkina had a very kind of even game against Vaishali. I think Vaishali did a great job at like neutralizing the highest rated player here with the black pieces. And that didn't seem like she really had to work too hard. But let's go actually to Salimova versus Humpy. This is the game that we are putting a lot of hopes on to see a decisive result. The players are really quite low on time. I mean, they still have like 19 moves to make to time control, and they're basically going to be playing a blitz game to do that, with a blitz game with 30-second increments.
This is going to be a special game, I think, by the
Yeah.
end.
Right, because there's a lot still to see, right? They're only on move 21, and one of them is already under 5 minutes. That's Humpy, and Salimova is right about there. So Humpy just played g5. I guess let's take stock of the position. I mean, the black king found its way to f7. White center looks really quite impressive, but I guess, you know, if you just push things, you allow black's pieces in as well.
What about if I play e5? You're going to g7, right? Or you play g4. But g4, I might be able to...
Do I have any sacrifices here?
Well, so play bishop takes e5, d takes, knight takes, and rook d7 check, I think.
Yeah, because I was
It could well be
hoping-
that queen c3 works.
Right. But you're wanting to pull my knight
And then
backwards.
bishop
but-
b2, and I've at least solved this knight g4 problem
Yeah.
at the moment. Yeah.
So I can't quite sack, so I guess bishop g7
Or e7 even e7.
g4? Is that even a move? Is there any point to this move?
Well, but if you do that, then I go queen c3.
Yeah, and it's not
If you
really...
bishop g5, I go bishop c1, and then I'm putting a knight on f4 maybe.
Yeah, it's not really clear what I gained, right, by throwing in that pawn. Okay. So let's go bishop g7,
No, that's not it. So it has to be e7.
e7. All right.
I mean,
let's go.
the evaluation
Yeah.
dropped like a stone.
And no, that's not it either. All right.
Don't tell me it's bishop d8. That's ridiculous.
Is it queen h2, king f2? What could it be? Something is keeping the position balanced here.
Is
it
it knight takes
95
e5 and
bishop
bishop c6?
c6?
Ah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Uh-huh.
But then we get 3 pieces for the thing. Hang on, try it. Knight e5.
Knight e5,
Okay, that is the correct move. Bishop c6.
getting the bishop out of
Queen
attack.
takes c6.
Well,
That is apparently not a good move.
black
And he
is...
takes f6.
I mean...
Also, wait 1 second. Instead of queen takes c6, what about rook d5?
And we have king f2 on the board, which is
Okay.
a rather weird looking move. But let's keep
Let's
following
go
the
back
game.
to what they're doing, yeah.
So king f2 by Salimova doesn't make a great impression, does it, Vishy? I mean, I get it that you have rook h1 ideas, but it's still a bit of a weird move. It's not like great for white's attack in general.
I didn't appreciate it at first, but now I don't. I think rook h1 is pretty valuable.
All right,
Let's
well,
have a look.
at that.
Suddenly
King
I
f2.
have a bit more,
Yeah, king f2, actually, the engine is all right with that. Okay, interesting.
yeah. The first impressions were deceptive. It
Yeah,
looks
I
pretty
guess this
nice.
rook h1 idea is not bad. And Humpy, well, it took Salimova some time to find it. She has 3 minutes and 18 seconds. So what ideas does Humpy have? I mean, should she be moving this queen?
Actually, the problem is she can't. Queen h2 no longer makes sense. So what can she do? g4.
So queen
then I go
g6
queen
is just bad, right? Let's just take a look. Like I'm trying to understand what is White's main threat here. It's interesting because it's like the engine likes White in this position, but it's not clear where the big advantage is from.
Can I take on F5?
Okay.
Oh, that is slightly worse for White, it says. I thought I could go Queen D5, B5, but F4 maybe start disturbing everything. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tricky position. So I think the engine evaluation is not going to be too relevant, actually, for what ultimately happens in this game. What do you think, Vishy? I mean, with their time situation, I think we can expect a lot.
No, with the time situation, anything goes. Okay, so Queen G6, what should be the move? I don't think D5 can be the move. E5, perhaps. That was as good a time to get it as possible. She's gone G4.
G4, okay. So G4 by Humpy. Not the computer's favorite move either, but okay. What should White be playing?
To me, it seems quite ugly, to be honest. I mean, even Bishop C1 is now in the
You don't
on the
like
menu. So
giving
Queen
up the
C3, for
F4
instance.
square.
Queen C3, yeah. Should be very nice for.
And yeah, this is what bothers you, is that that square has become available suddenly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. There's less flexibility in Black's pawn structure, and she has played Queen C3.
And
Yeah.
now Bishop C1 is coming, and
Yeah,
it
this
doesn't look
might
good
have
at
not
all.
have been the best pawn move. I mean, it's not easy to have made a move for her. Do you want to try to
but
find?
King F2 was a hammer blow. It's a very, very good move.
What do you think? I mean,
And FE4.
Queen C3 and F
Just wanna
takes
promote that.
E4. Wow. Okay. I mean, it's kind of unusual how both kings are on the F file right now.
Yes.
So we have Bishop C1, sort of the obvious move.
She's gone King E1.
King E1.
Also very
Okay,
nice.
good.
But
So she's
it
not
seems to me
worried
King
about
E1
this
should be a
pawn.
great move because I have D5 coming in as well. But apparently there was a better move. What could it be? Bishop C1 maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it's this. Maybe.
Bishop
this.
C1 also. Okay, we have to give. Okay, let's go back to King E1. What can Black play here?
Well, she might want to go King G7 at some point. Two minutes and 22 seconds for Humpy. So what do you think? Maybe get out of the pin? No, the engine didn't love that one too much.
Knight E7, maybe Knight F5 is a good way to plug that gap.
Ah,
Knight
okay.
E7.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Although she did play King G7, so but
See if
actually
Knight
I
E7 was the
agree.
correct. No,
Oh,
it's
no.
also not a good move.
But it's an interesting one. Yeah.
So there was something better than Knight E7, better than this, and we don't see what it is. Okay.
But it's complicated. Yeah, I mean, so King G7, she got out of the pin. So right now, it does look like Salimova has good chances to win if she can use her better position.
What
in the
about
time
Bishop
trouble.
B2 here?
Bishop B2.
I want to play Rook takes F6 and D5.
Uh-huh. Okay, that's a fancy one. I don't know if she's gonna find that idea. Because, you know, she might, what if she just takes here? I feel like it's a very simple move that she might just want to go for and she doesn't have a lot of time. But Bishop B2, yeah, let's put it in.
Also not very impressed.
Maybe just Bishop C1.
yes.
Yeah, this Bishop retreat is always like very effective in this
And
position.
I have Queen G6, maybe Rook F4 is the move. Okay, she's just taken on E4 now.
Yeah. All right. Bishop E4 loses a bit of her advantage, but still a very sensible move.
Both play, I mean, especially White is making the most natural moves
Yeah.
on the board and the computer drops away. Maybe we
Yeah.
shouldn't overdo this thing. Its position's clearly very hard. What...
Well, I mean, the interesting thing has been the fate of the kings in this game, right? Like, the way this king actually wound up never castling, winding up on g7. This king was castled and like went to e1. This is definitely unusual, but he seems pretty safe there.
Yeah.
So Humpy's under 2 minutes. She has less time than Salimova.
It doesn't look good for Humpy. I think her moves are also harder to make.
We also have some interesting position in Muzichuk versus Lei. Do you want to take a quick look
Sure.
at that? They're also in time trouble. And Anna...
Oh, and Rook H1 suddenly opens up new possibilities.
Yeah, Anna's been like nursing this extra pawn for a while.
But now it's got to be about the Rook H1 in check, right? No, that's a draw. Wow.
It's a draw
Because of Rook
because
A2
of
and Queen
King
F4
F6
probably, yeah.
or something like this.
Yes, Rook A7.
Rook H7
King F6.
and King F6, and White doesn't really have a win because there is a block
Yeah.
of that check. You know, this is very reminiscent of Anna's game yesterday, where it was also Queen and 2 Rook endgame, that she was very disappointed that she did not find that win. And I tried explaining to her how hard it was. She didn't want to hear that.
Yeah, well, that's maybe being a bit too harsh.
Yeah.
Because it was unbelievably difficult.
Yeah, I don't
It
know.
was literally what, the 7th movie tried? So
Yeah. So Queen D2, and Anna is
there
not
is an
ready to give up
advantage.
this
Let's see if
pawn.
we can find it. But
It might not be a big one, you know?
yes. Could be Queen E3 with the threat of Queen H6, but
But then there's Rook A2. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like this move, right? This might actually be the best move. So basically you're saying if I take your pawn,
then I win.
then you take, and then you do
Queen
get like a
F6.
winning attack with this. But basically you're,
If you take, I take with the Rook. And
yeah, and then it's
maybe
interesting.
slide the Rook E2, B2 and try something along those
Yeah, I
lines.
think that's what she has to go for. It's not easy to say no to the move Rook H1, right?
I mean, my first gut feeling was Rook H1 must be strong,
Right,
but it
right.
isn't. And then,
All right, let's go back to Salimova versus Humpy.
yeah.
Oh, we are in a queenless
Oh,
position now.
I guess,
Queen G5, Bishop C1. And actually, the computer is loving this for White. I mean, definitely White has a beautiful center. The knight on A5 is not
I think
great.
already Rook F4 is collecting a pawn, right?
Yeah. Yep, she found it. Rook F4. And it looks like Salimova is going to get her first win in this tournament. And she will be coming back with a vengeance from her loss yesterday to Vaishali.
Very much so.
I mean, I don't know. Humpy played in an inspired way today, at least her opening choice, right? But somehow things went kind of wrong. I mean, of course, you could say it was a little bit out of her style in general to play like that. That was the downside.
But I
you
think
know?
she's not been happy with the chances she's created so far,
Yeah.
and she wanted to thing, and sometimes it backfires.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't say that I didn't like her approach. I feel like it was very possible. But Rook H2 and White will be capturing on G4. So maybe we can take a look at, by the way, Anna, let's just show, she did find Queen E3.
Good for her.
So she made the best move in that position that she had. And they are in this double Rook
How much
endgame.
is this? Can I play F5 here?
Yeah, maybe it's not a huge advantage, but it was her best try. Let's also go to Logno's game. Logno, that's the big one as well. Will she be able to take down the tournament leader? So Queen C2, Bishop E3. She didn't take that pawn, does she? That we were thinking about. So she plays here.
And Rook D7. Okay. She's topping D6 clearly. Couldn't she have played Bishop D6 instead? Oh no, then Rook C1 and something takes A6. Okay, so this happens.
So you kind of wonder at which point White will be able to capture more pawns, or is she just trying?
Wait, on move 24, what happened? Rook D1 happened.
By the way, Vidit is also in some trouble. Let's take a look. Wow, after Bishop D7, it looked like things were not so bad for him. Did he?
Why didn't he go bishop c6 instead of
King
king
c6.
c6? I thought the whole point was to play bishop c6 there.
Bishop c6.
Am I
Okay.
missing something?
And then what would white have done?
Maybe king g3 or something. And then my hope was to take on.
Take on e7 or?
But it's still, and I'm not getting the breakthrough here.
Are you gonna take this pawn or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bishop
Take,
e7.
take.
And if rook b2, bishop c5, which is kind of awkward.
So right now it is Nepo's turn. He just returned to the board. He has lots of time, so he's not rushed at all. Let's actually just see what.
Okay,
was
what
the
happened in the
blunder.
game? So king c6, king e4, bishop e8.
So king c6 was the move chosen by Vidit, which wasn't amazing, and then bishop e8 was apparently a really big mistake that Vidit made with a couple of minutes on
Could
the
we have
clock.
taken on e7 instead of this?
Yes,
get rid
he
of that.
could have. He could have taken.
Bishop e7,
And
rook
then
takes
taken on b2.
And maybe knight f4 was annoying for him. But still, at least you get some pawns out of the way. No?
Yes. So that was his best option to give up that knight. So now let's see why this was so bad. Let's figure it out, Bishi.
Oh.
What could it
dead
be?
lost. Wow.
Is it just something as simple as like, no, rook d5, bishop h5, bishop c1? It protects the pawn and
Bishop g6 check, king e5 up the board, and then b4.
So, well, there could be other things that we could do here. Okay, let's just try this one. Let's take the knight. You take my knight. And then, I mean, I don't know, bishop c1 looks somehow like it makes sense to me. Because I just want to make sure I don't lose all my pawns.
Okay, bishop g6 check,
Yeah.
king e5, and if b4, oh, king f6, and my bishop is running out of squares.
Oh, wow. That's painful.
That's what's happening. So instead of bishop g6 check, let me go bishop f7. Do I stave off the
Right, so maybe
inevitable?
there's... So can't I go for some technical? Wait 1 second before I go for that. I want to take my rook with check. What if I still go for this move?
Well, I have to do b4 because that rook is trapped over there.
But then I go for the same idea.
Right. Even with my rook attacked, it doesn't
Yes.
matter. Bishop
It's so
e8.
funny how two pieces attack it and
Yeah, and neither can capture.
yeah.
Okay.
Bishop e8
And rook d8.
and rook d8, and then I catch you.
And rook h8, yeah.
Like
and
that.
I've just run out of squares.
Wow, Jan, what a pleasant experience this must be for him. You know, getting several gifts in this game.
Yes.
But you know, he's kept Vidit on under pressure on the clock, and that's been a really
again,
big factor.
I think it was clever of him to, and he's been very clever with his opening selections. Both his opponents presumably aimed for the Berlin, and he's found lines which
Yeah.
with hidden points and somehow a new move.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the point finally comes in, and you have to credit the attempt.
Yeah. Okay. It is weird though that Vidit, you know, that like he's not sensing how dangerous this pawn is, right? Because like, yeah, you would really think
Yeah.
like, well, you take the pawn, you get rid of the main source of danger, you take another one. Okay, things are not great for black, but you sort of feel like, of course, there's chances to make a draw here, right?
Rook b2, yes. You can't play rook d5, it's too slow. So
Like,
maybe
I don't
knight
know.
f4.
Bishop c5, like there's probably some sort of
Bishop g4 might just
Yeah.
work, yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't have that tactic. So what can we do here for white? Also, this king is like a little bit far from white's pawns.
He could have had this,
Yeah.
but he went bishop e8 instead.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's strange that he is actually preferring to give up this knight, and he thinks that this position
I
is
mean,
not
I wanted to play
dangerous.
bishop c6 just to the aim of throwing the knight.
Right.
And then king c6. But maybe...
Because I mean, like
What
when
could
you
both
see
of them?
this position, I feel like it's probably not even like one way that it's losing, right? It's just like the whole we said bishop c1, but it's not even necessarily that. Okay, so we see Jan's rook coming to d5.
Even bishop e3, bishop g6, whatever, e5 might be good.
Yeah, now is like the choice for Jan. I mean, bishop c1 is just one of the moves. Does he already have it worked out, or how else can white try to win this? Oh, we're also saying bishop. You said bishop e3, maybe?
Oh, I thought he played bishop
Oh,
f4.
no.
Yeah, yeah.
But bishop e3, apparently black can survive now. Why? Do we go like bishop g6?
Maybe bishop f7. No, that's not it.
Let's try the check.
Okay, king e5 is forced.
And then maybe
Rook takes b2, yeah.
just take the pawn, and there really was no reason to give up that pawn, right?
Yeah. And if
So-
king f6 there, then maybe rook e2.
Rook e2. Yeah.
Okay.
So probably white should not be messing around with lines like this. And bishop c1 was really kind of simple and convincing, just keeping that pawn protected.
Well, keeps the rook in lockdown a bit longer.
Yeah.
Suddenly, you see painfully what that rook did on b3.
Oh,
Well,
there
it could
is-
have been on b5.
It's kind of symbolic in a way, isn't it? And at the end, that rook, stays locked up on b3. Wow, wow, this is going to be a big, big win for Jan. Okay, let's go back to the women for a second and see if we're any
Hey,
closer.
wait a minute. Tan has escaped, has she? Have a look.
Tan, okay.
No, she hasn't escaped. Sorry, there's a...
What's the situation here? So her position is still not very good, but how does white win? Like, why is it so bad? She's not down material yet. So what makes this position so awful for black? No, unfortunately, there's no easy checkmate on the back rank. Rook c6.
Okay,
It's probably something with that square.
sure, rook c6.
Yeah.
Queen a1 check.
Full square for the rook, and then I guess white just has some kind of domination. Yeah, it's just black's pieces are horrible. There's constantly everything hanging. The d pawn is so strong.
Sure.
Yeah, I can see that. Basically, it's nothing like a winning tactic. It's just total domination with this beautiful queen on e4 and the strong pawn on d5. And if you go, well, let's try rook d6, yeah? I can even just play bishop b6, right?
Yes.
Just get up a pawn. You can't really move. All right, let's see Muzichuk versus Lei. They're getting close to the time control. White's still up a pawn.
But I think white will have to play rook b3 and b5 and go for that one.
Yeah. And black is meanwhile at some point going to want to play like f5, but she didn't. I don't know. Do you think maybe that she should have been looking at that move?
I think with 4 rooks, probably not.
But the engine didn't like her choice of rook d8. Why not?
Because it gives white a chance to play rook c5, right? Is that the
Rook
point?
c5 and f4. Oh, that's a big one.
And king h6.
Like here? Can we finally start moving some pawns? Like maybe b5? Yeah, and then we can go like b6 and rook to b5. So Anna might be getting
Like
her
rook
first win today.
Yeah, and if rook b8.
Logno played rook c6, and Nepo did find bishop c1. So how many games did we say were going to be decisive in the Open? We said 1, right? And that's the 1. And we said in the women, there's going to be 2. And we might be getting 3.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get back. She played rook ed3 instead, which is also looking good.
Okay, and if I go rook a8.
And if the rook goes
Is there some
back.
great mating net?
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't really leave with the rook, but maybe you can maybe go b5. Maybe just push the pawn.
And then rook b3 and
So what happens on f5? Okay, she played rook back. So she's repeating. She's repeating because she wants to gain time.
and get the time control and then.
Yeah, she did that yesterday. She did
And
that
Lee
yesterday.
is also going for it. She went
Yes.
to d8, so.
They both satisfied to do that. Meanwhile, okay, yeah, Logno is just completely winning. And Nepo, let's go back and see how he finishes this up.
Oh, has this happened? Okay.
All of this has happened. The bishop went to c1 to guard the pawn, check, king up, b4, and this bishop is
and
getting
with it
lost.
is-
Oh, yeah. And he made time control, but he sees that his bishop is getting cornered and just, he's going to have to let that pawn promote. Well, this is really, it's kind of been a roller coaster for Vidit after.
Wait, no, wait a minute. Let me go b takes a3 here. But you just go king takes g6. I thought a2, but e8 queen is check. Okay, no, then it's not working.
So you're saying here, oh, you're trying to get your rook back. But if I take,
Yeah, that's the problem. That
Yeah.
a2 and e8 queen check.
it's a check,
Yeah, it's not.
and then, and then I take on a4.
Yes.
I stop the pawn from promoting. Yeah, he is very emotional about this game. But what I was saying is that it's been quite a roller coaster for him, since he had what he described as, one of the best games of his life against Naka 2 days ago. And then 2 tough losses.
Yeah.
Do you think that sometimes, when something like so good happens, right? Like you beat Nakamura with black in this beautiful way, that it's like you're so emotional about it. It's hard to just stay calm for the rest of the games. I mean,
It's happened to me on many occasions. I don't, especially Moscow, the candidates was very much a roller coaster like this. I remember beating Levon. And it was very unexpected because it was a rook ending where I didn't really believe that I had something, but I played and finally won a very, very nice rook ending. I then lost like a baby to Fabi the next day. So I was really hammered. Went back and then again made a thing and then won a beautiful game against Sergey. Then I lost to Hikaru the next day, the same English again, same thing. And once again, I felt that, you always feel that you don't deserve to lose.
Yeah.
If your opponents felt the same way, no, none of us would get a decisive result. But anyway, I felt that I'd thrown it away. And then that was it. So this win-loss, sort of like what he's facing.
But do you feel like those wins kind of, in a way, set you up for the losses? Like, I'm just saying, like, sometimes when you have something really positive happen, it's actually just a lot to take in, right? Because we think of something positive happening, like you're winning a game, it should be easy. It's actually, we talk a lot more about recovering from losses. We don't really talk about recovering from wins.
That's a good point. I think it's exactly the same phenomenon. Anytime there's an emotional jump, whether it's down or up, you need to recalibrate. And I often say in the toughest events, you will not understand what went wrong because it will seem to you that your position's good and you will not understand how your level has dropped by so much. And, and it's clearly happening at somewhere else. But very, very tough blow for Vidit. Because his opening seemed to be quite under control and all that. So there's no reason for this, but
Yeah. Well, he's going to get a rest day to recover, which I think is going to be very timely. You know, he's going to need to just need that rest day for recovery, basically. Meanwhile, let's see our position in the women's section. They've reached time control, and indeed, Anna has stopped repeating and played the move Rook C5, and Lei did not move her king back. She stayed in the pin, which is apparently a very bad idea.
Well, my first thought is f4 check,
Yeah.
king h6, and g5 check. Is that okay? No, that is terrible. Because
Did we
fg5,
take-
fe5, and rook a3, and apparently,
And black survives.
yes. Okay, let's try f takes e5.
Just take.
Oh, I get it. F takes e5 or rook a3. I take.
You go take and go king f4.
Yes. And the point is, I will get one of these positions where the rook is covering.
Both pawns,
Both
and your
pawns,
king
and-
can run to the b pawn. So what you're saying is, like, if I go here, what is
Then I'll go
our
rook
best way to-
c4.
Rook c4. And yeah, what you're saying is that the rook covers both, so the king just
The king is free
goes.
to help the
Yeah.
pawn.
And even though white has like a minuscule one pawn advantage, it's actually quite a big one for this position. Okay. And yeah, you know what's funny is that,
Did she play f4?
let's see what's on the board. She played f4, king h6. Yeah.
So now she finds fe5, she's in business.
Yeah. I think she will be finding this move and, you know, kind of redeeming that draw from yesterday,
Sure.
which was very kind of similar looking. Meanwhile, we got Salimova versus Humpy, also reaching time control with a winning situation for white, because white can recapture this rook and the bishop is still hanging, so is the pawn, and white is already up 2 pawns. So we expect this to be a win for Salimova, her first win of the event, and Humpy's first loss.
Yeah.
Then we have Lagno. Is she going to take down the tournament leader? It looks like she's getting there. Her advantage is growing and growing. Bishop f8 was played by Tan.
I suspect rook c8 is game over because it'll go on the pin. But maybe rook takes h6 as well, and then queen g4 takes d7.
Yeah, I doubt that we'll see white getting that fancy.
Yes, but I don't know. Maybe g6 does something.
I would
to
be
that.
more,
But why not rook c8?
yeah, rook c8. No, that kind of move always looks good to me.
Queen f6.
I'm kind of wondering, like, also taking this pawn. Like, can you also just grab that pawn?
sure.
That's actually loses a lot of the advantage, but still winning. Rook h6 is very fancy.
And totally unnecessary.
Yeah, I think pin and win is a good piece of advice for this position.
Queen f6.
Okay, and now,
Now, how am I getting? Maybe just queen e8.
and then g3, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you attack, force them to defend, block the check, and you're
Yes.
threatening that.
Bishop f4 and d6 cutting the connections.
Yeah.
If that happens, then Lagno joins
The
the
leaders.
+1 group.
Yeah. I mean, here
Salimova
we could
comes back
even
to
just
50%.
trade
so
if
it
we
doesn't matter.
want.
And
just
Anna
to
also
take all
comes
the
back to
pieces.
50%. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think what we're going to see is like with just a tournament, both tournaments being really close.
Yeah.
After today's round of play as we go into the rest day. So it's actually going to leave a lot of suspense for when we come back on Tuesday. So basically 3 decisive games are on the menu in the women's
Yeah.
section. That's pretty huge. So basically only one column game, that draw between Garyachkina and Vaishali. And in the open, let's take a look. We haven't seen Caruana in a little while. He is still nursing a 1-pawn advantage against Gukesh, but it's a queen endgame. Black's queen is active. There's no passed pawns on the board, so it does look like Gukesh should be able to hold this draw.
He's
Queen
gone queen
e4.
e4.
Well,
So what do I do? Queen d2 check. King g3.
maybe queen d6,
f4.
pawn f4. Yeah, queen d2 is on the board, so if I go here, pawn f4. I mean, can we just trade or something on g4?
I'm just looking for any practical hopes, but okay, the computer doesn't think anything of the position, but
Yeah.
maybe queen b6 is a good idea, just to have queen g1 and f2 on the menu, and also play a5 and liquidate the pawn there.
Like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh no,
we found a way for white to win.
no, after hg4. I mean.
Oh, wait, after hg4, yeah.
Yeah, hg4, queen
Like
b6.
this, yeah.
Yeah, this one works better.
Well, and then we still have this end game. It's still going on.
Well, actually, Alireza squeezed water from stone.
I mean, he's still trying to win, which is why I don't know. I felt like it was dangerous for Abbasov to be allowing this position where they're going to play on forever.
Yeah, but I didn't understand why Abbasov started changing rooks. Maybe he just had no choice. But did he need to go 29 rook a1?
29.
Oh, black was threatening double on the 7th. Maybe that bothered him. Okay.
Yeah, I guess in Vidit's game, we're going to see a resignation pretty soon.
Yeah.
I mean, Abbasov is fighting hard for that draw. But Farouche is going to keep him at the board for a while. That's the thing. You know, it was kind of clear that when you go for that 3 pawns versus 4 pawns end game, that Farouche was not going to let him off with a fast day. So, you know, even psychologically, he just needs to keep him at the board for as long as possible.
Sure.
To all right, so what can we say? I guess we can just take a look again at this situation here between Nepo and Vidit. Unfortunately, this rook that we talked about a long time ago kind of symbolically stays on that square. Yeah, and it just cannot enter the game in time to help black out. So black is fighting against that e-pawn with 1 bishop. And it's just not enough. And I guess one important line that we should point out is this one, Bishi.
Because rook takes d7 and king
Yeah,
f7.
we actually just take it, and now we use the king to promote the pawn. So again, this rook is just not able to land a check. So there's nowhere for this bishop to go other than h5, but then there's here.
And we have run out of squares, yeah.
And so what happens if they take?
I take on h5.
I'm sorry, if they take on a3 right away.
Then I take on e8.
Take on e8, and then on, yeah, you just go rook a8.
Yeah.
The problem is that weak queen would check. I think he stopped. Did he stop the clock? No. No, he is ready to make a move, and
He played b takes a3, I think.
yeah. So he did take. Now, the point is, if this, well, white's still winning,
Yes.
but I really don't think Nepo will do that. I think he's going to jump on that chance to win the bishop.
But b8 gets you a rook up. I wanted to call it a rook ending, but
Like
it's
this.
just a rook up, yeah. Rook takes c3 and then rook e8.
Yeah, I guess this is pretty good, right?
Yeah. Rook a1.
Yeah. Okay, actually, so he might just capture back on a3. Abbasov is still holding it balanced over here, but this game could go on for a very long time.
Sure.
Anna, meanwhile, in the women, is on her way to winning.
Okay.
Everything that we
So
said,
she's figured
yeah.
everything out, and then
She is improving her king, and she's up a pawn, and that will be enough for her to win the game. Because on this attack, the rook just goes back, and later on, white will promote the b pawn with the help of the king. Yeah, it's very important this rook can guard both pawns.
sure.
All right, Salimova.
Has won, in effect.
I think their game is still in progress. So this.
Knight takes d4, bishop g2. No,
There's knight f3.
knight f3,
Yeah.
so you want to play bishop g2, I guess. And then e5, but it's going to go slowly. Knight e2 now. I will win the b7 pawn as well, so.
Not a lot of chances here for Humpy down 2 pawns.
And Lagno is winning? Yes. Though she took on b6, so
Wow,
this is the
that is
mildest version,
strange.
yeah.
That is strange that she didn't go for that powerful pin on the back rank. She actually went for this move, which, it's winning, but it's not quite as nice, is it?
well, because she grabbed the chance to play rook d8. Now there's no back rank. And, it's not that easy to hold both pawns, I guess.
So we have actually 6 games still going, but we pretty much know the results of all these 6 games. So in terms
I think
of
we have the women's tournament. Well, we thought we had the women's tournament complete in terms of results, but Lagno is now going to play a longer game, I think. She might still win with some bishop f4 and d6, I think. The position is overwhelming. So we shouldn't exaggerate the technical difficulties, but
So what's going to be happening in the women's section after today that we predict? It's going to be Han is going to be on +1. Goryachkina is going to be on +1. Lagno is going to be on +1. That's 4 of them, right? Tan, Goryachkina, Lagno. And that's 3. Okay.
because Anna was -1, so she
Right.
gets back to.
So 3 people will be tied for first. And then we're going to have
Actually, the men and women have swapped. Now the men will have an outright leader, but the women won't. Whereas it was the other way around yesterday.
And the men's outright leader is actually going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yes.
Wow. He was not in everyone's, top tier of contenders to win this tournament, but there were also
Shows once again that he has a special relationship with the candidates tournament. So
Yeah, I mean, Magnus was quite skeptical about his chances, but right now he's going to be the only person on +2, while, I would say Caruana is having a fine tournament. It's going to be on +1. But, it's got to be said that, Nepo even didn't get a chance to win against Abbasov, right? So he kind of is picking up his points against the other players, while Fabi picked up his win against Abbasov, which, we can kind of assume it's going to be, there will be other players who pick up points from him as well during the course of the tournament.
I mean, Abbasov hasn't managed to make a huge impact yet.
Right.
So I guess people will mark him.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think it seems like what's clear from his approach is that he's trying to be as solid as possible, right? So in a way, okay, they're still playing with Firouzja. Let's see where they are. Queen to b8, which is played. It's still nothing really going on. There's these perpetual threats, a perpetual check. What would your approach be actually, Vishy, if you were playing in the candidates and there was one player vastly lower rated who was doing his best to be super solid with the white pieces, but you know, you needed to try to get a win against this player, or so you thought. I mean, how would you approach that game? I mean, would you kind of like notice how solid that person is being and like do your utmost to unbalance them, or what?
It's strange. As I told you in the second candidates event that I played, I've only played two in this format. In the second one, I had this roller coaster. I remember it quite clearly. I'd get to +2 and then I'd drop back to +1 and then get to +2 and drop back to +1. That's where I finally stayed. In Hunty, it was quite strange. I was very conservative, but I had +2 after 3 rounds. And after that, I didn't need to do anything extreme. I was happy to. Also, I was kind of in this phase, but I wasn't completely sure of. I mean, the opening prep I had was very good, it was match ready and so on. So it was ready for that. But I didn't want to just play any old scheme to get a game. And, you know, I was playing very sensibly because, as I said, I was in recovery mode. And every day, one of my nearest rivals would lose. So it was, in fact, the opposite. They were killing themselves with the pressure of somehow trying to catch up with me. Because I had a half-point lead over Levon. Then Levon caught up. But he then had a worse tiebreak than me because he had lost to me in the first round. And individual encounter was the first criteria. So Levon could not have even tied with me. And then in round 9, I won and he lost. So I had a 1-point lead, which was in effect a 1.5-point lead by this logic. So I would have to say I never was in this situation. And there was no player who was that much lower rated or something like that. So that particular situation simply didn't come to pass.
So how many times have you played in candidates events? I mean, in your career, even when the format was different, when was your very first candidates?
I played my first cycle in 1990. I qualified from the interzonal. Then I played Drev and Karpov. It finished there. Then in the next cycle, I qualified. I beat Yusupov and then lost to Kamsky. And there was a PCA cycle. There I beat Romanishin, Adams, and Kamsky.
And that's how you qualified to play.
Correct.
Gary.
So 3 matches and I qualified. And after that, there were no more candidates. We switched to these knockouts for a long time. And then when I played a tournament which looked like the candidates, it was actually for the world title. So Mexico was for the world title. So it was a double round robin. Everything else is identical.
Mexico 2007. Okay.
2005 was San Luis for Topolov won. So it was the first of the round robin series.
Those were the same, right?
Those were the same. But in between, they had the reunification match to get Vladdy back in.
Right.
And he won that. And anyway, so I've played 3 of these double round robins, but one was a world title match. So it's not exactly the same.
Well, okay. So you have so much perspective, like going back, you know, more than 30 years, right, of your chess career at the top. I mean, you know, when you talk now about how you were playing one set of matches in one cycle and another one in another one, I mean, it's kind of crazy from today's perspective, right? That there was a PCA and there was a FIDE and there was one world champion and the other. How did that feel to you as a player back then? Like, did it feel absurd or was it just like normal? There were 2 parallel cycles like that.
It didn't feel weird yet because it was my first thing and I thought, well, 2 of them is nice and what's the big deal? It didn't feel, maybe I didn't have the perspective then, so I just rolled the thing. I was just happy to have double the opportunity. But looking back, yes, it does feel a bit, it feels a bit strange that we played 2 cycles like that and everything. But then, honestly, I just enjoyed it. I was grateful that there were 2 cycles and
And those matches,
But
like,
you
how
could
many-
easily have the same thing with these guys. I mean, I'm sure, what is it, Tuesday night or Tuesday, they'll all be playing as well. Again, they might play Title Tuesday or something. So that possibility is always lurking nowadays. Many of them just feel the need to get out and play a little bit, which for me would have been crazy. I mean, during my candidates matches, I would have never played a Blitz tournament at night. But now it's just par for the course.
How many games were there at those candidates matches?
8 games was the typical formula. So it was 8 games at a time. And then the finals were 12 games. And then the World Championship match was 20.
Oh, wow. You can really see by the number of games that it was such a different time.
Yes.
And by the way, speaking of playing Blitz, tomorrow is the Candidates Blitz tournament at the Annex Chess Club, for which some of the seconds from this event have signed up for. So I guess we're going to be seeing a lot of grandmasters there. And the local chess fans might want to know about this event. I actually didn't know about it, Vishy.
Yeah, no, I knew there's...
Are you planning to play?
I think it'll be a bit much because tomorrow there's some meetings in the morning, then the cruise. I'll probably not play.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to know what time it's going to be at. I guess it should be after the cruise, yeah? After the
Yes.
evening? Okay. So we have a couple of queen end games on the board. One of them is this one between Abbasov and Firouzja. And we also have a queen end game in Caruana Gukesh. So we have Vidit at the board. He's still thinking Nepo captured on A3. He did actually play the best move. And
the problem is if Bishop D7, White can start with King F7, and I think that's the real problem.
oh, because taking
would
immediately
be a
is not
blunder,
so
of course.
good. Yes.
Because King F7, Rook B8, but he can start with King F7, and there's just no way to get around that.
So he goes here.
You can't even go Bishop G4 because the 8 queen is check. Otherwise, I could come with H5 and come with the check. Here.
So what happens on Rook C3?
Rook takes D7.
And now when I check, you go king here and you save
Yes.
your rook. Yeah. Well, Vidit
Vidit
did
has
try
played
bishop
something.
D7. So basically king F7 is the move that we're looking for here. And he does it immediately. Yeah. Jan definitely doesn't have a whole lot of hesitation to him, does he?
You can't hesitate here.
Yeah. Oh, I probably would be like checking just to make sure.
Sure.
Yeah. But
I mean, there's no check on F3, there's no checking, so
yeah, so rook takes D7 is the next move, but there's not much that black can do to prevent that. You think he's going to resign here or think he'll take the pawn?
he might make a move, he might not.
Grishik mentioned in his recap for yesterday's round that he played Vidit at maybe Tata Steel, maybe Blitz. I don't know if it was Rapid
Oh,
or Blitz.
yeah. They played this.
2 knights, yeah, versus
King.
the king. So I guess the moral of that is that Vidit doesn't like to give up. So I don't know, he might throw in one more move here and see if Nepo plays rook d7. I guess that would be my guess, that he would try that. But then you kind of resign, right, after
It's painful
rook
either
d7.
way. Go on about this, but it's painful either way.
Okay.
And Gukesh seems to have made it so that they won't even go through the motions, I think, now. But just see. I think Gukesh has made it successfully. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the winning ideas for White have sort of run out, actually. Just queen d2. They might just be repeating now. I think they actually are. So it was like this. This was the first time they reached this position. This is the second time. So we might be getting a lot of games ending. Yeah, so Vidit kind of made peace with this result, and he's talking to Nepo. And he did not play any more moves after king f7. And on the women's side, how is Salimova's technique here? I mean, she's still up 2 pawns. It's not like they're advancing too much, but I guess in the long run, we do expect her to get that win, right? There's like...
Not even a very long run.
You think it'll happen, yeah, pretty soon?
Because, I mean, if the rook gets out and you play b6 and a5 and you get a fortress, then it's something, but
yeah,
you're not even going to be in time for that. So.
And meanwhile, Anna has been thinking quite a bit. G5 happened. She played king e4, but nothing really changing in the evaluation.
What happens if rook g3?
So can we go king f5?
Yes, which means she could have gone there right away.
Yeah.
So rook f3 check. Fe5. What is it now? Rook c4? No.
Okay, you really want to go rook f4, yeah?
And then king d5, and then b5. So
which move do you want to do? B5 here? Oh, no,
yeah,
B5.
because rook f4, rook g4, and rook b4. I think rook c4. Rook
c4 right here.
And if rook f4, king d5. So this actually she has to find.
Yeah, not it's completely trivial.
Wait, so also king d5. Here, instead of after rook g3, I can also play rook c4 maybe. Because if rook takes a g4 check, king d5. Now your rook has to go very far.
So you definitely can't
That is
trade.
lost, right?
Yeah.
Take and b5 is queening. B pawn is queening.
Yeah, g4. Go. No, that's the thing. We have to probably go with this pawn first, right?
That also was winning because b8 queen, g1 queen, and then queen h8 check is collecting the thing. Just what did you?
Which one? This
You
one?
said b5.
Yeah, b5 the engine really didn't like.
Oh, it's black is faster. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, black is the one that's
yeah,
going. Okay,
no,
so
then
she actually played rook g3.
no, then it's just king d3 wins. Yeah.
Yeah.
So rook g3 has happened. Now rook c4 wins. King f5 also wins. So both moves win. But king f5 only based on this rook c4 and king d5 and hanging on the fourth rank, defending those things.
Well, we're really in the technical phase of these games. It's clear that we're going to have a lot of decisive results today, but it's also kind of clear we know which ones they're going to be. It's just going to take a little bit of time to get there. So meanwhile, we're going to go on a break and invite you to watch an interview that Prague and Vaishali did after they finished their games today.
This one's you.
The king sucks. He can only move one square.
You've got to reassess your chess.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley presents Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
I'm here with the most famous brother-sister duo in the chess world. It's Vaishali and Pragananda. It's the first time in history of chess that the brother and the sister are playing alongside each other in the candidates tournament and women's candidates tournament. So how do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, it feels good. We're also playing in the same hall for the first time. We have both the section together happening. So I'm also following his games. I mean, it's good.
And what about you? Do you follow Vaishali's games during the round?
Yeah, I do. I follow all the games. So, I mean, I also try to calculate what's going on, but mostly I focus on my games. It's good to play in the same hall. It's also a special one because for the first time it's happening together, and to play together it's a special feeling.
In many interviews, we've heard from Vaishali that you are helping her a lot with chess, some ideas, some advice, and how Vaishali helps you.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of ways. Yeah, I mean, in general, we discuss a lot about the weaknesses, strength, and what is the plan for next game. There are a lot of things to discuss in chess, so most of the time we do that.
And in your general life and just normal life, are you similar or do you have different interests?
In some ways, we are completely opposite, but in some things we have similar interest.
So what are these similar interests? Apart from chess, of course.
No, sometimes we say things that both think. Yeah, for example, we say at the same time, which is kind of funny also. Yeah,
it happens many times. We both end up saying the same thing. It's fun.
When you were small kids, who picked up chess first? How did you start playing chess?
I started playing chess first. I used to watch television a lot, and so my parents wanted me to distract, from television, and they put me in some chess class, drawing class. So that's how I started. And so whenever I used to practice at home, Prag comes and disturbs me. So he got a separate chess set for himself, and that's how he started.
So you wanted to disturb Vaishali all the time when you were a kid, right, playing chess?
Yeah, I think every three-year-old kid wants to do that. So, I was not different.
And you're here with your mother. She's always with you at the chess tournaments. So can you please tell us a little bit, what is her role? What is she doing for you here? Psychological support, or maybe she also just helps with something else, food or whatever?
She's our biggest support. She most of the times accompanies us to both. Sometimes we play different events, but we are lucky that we are together, and she can just travel for once. And she also emotionally, we stay together, and sometimes when the games doesn't go well, you need someone to just talk about other things. So it's very nice to have such a support.
Pragan, for you, how do you value the support of your mother?
I think, my sister just said everything. So, my mother takes care of everything here. So I can just focus on the game. And also, as she should, think this emotional support, which is very important. Especially after you lose, you need someone in the room. Because if you're alone, you can, get very mad at things. So, I think we are truly grateful for her support because, she has been traveling with us for almost all the tournaments. For
15 years.
Yeah.
Many years.
15 years. So.
Yeah.
So she completely devoted herself to you guys. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, and we wish you, both of you, a long and successful career in chess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is very special. I don't think it's going to be, too soon in the future that we're going to see another brother-sister duo playing the candidates at the same time.
We should point out that the Musicic sisters have blazed this trail, but they're not brother and sister, obviously.
Exactly,
So that's the distinction to be drawn there. Any other siblings you can think of?
Well, you always kind of think of the Polgar sisters, but they weren't really.
Oh, of course, but they were also a
Yeah.
sister thing. So preceding the Mosaic sisters.
Yeah. But
I
brother,
can't think-
brother,
brother and
sister,
sister, I think.
that strong, both of them. Yeah, nothing comes to mind.
Sure.
I think the most suspenseful position we have on the board is actually between Anna Muzichuk and Lei Tingji. Now, the computer might say that there is no suspense, but the reality, this is again where the computer's evaluation is very deceptive, and it's kind of funny that Anna finds herself in the same situation again as she did yesterday, where the computer said she's winning, but her win was so tricky that she couldn't find it. And the win here, I guess, Vishy, would you say it's simpler than the one that she had yesterday?
It is much simpler than the one yesterday because Queen F7 is a genuinely difficult, but she's
didn't
blown
play
it. So in
that's
fact,
the thing. That's incredible, right? That's what we were saying, guys. We really wanted to bring your attention to this moment. It's incredible that she just made her move.
I will just point out, I have seen this idea before, and so I knew that the way to do it is Rook G8, G4, King F7, and what the king does is it tries to King F4 happens, King G6, and the king comes like that and collects the pawn. So if you see G3, then I'm faster than you. But if I had not seen the idea, would I be able to calculate at the board? If I didn't recall it, would I be able to find it? These are tricky. So for her, it was a pity that when her opponent went Rook G3, she did not find this idea of King F5, E6 and Rook C4.
Or even Rook C4.
Yes, or Rook
King
C4
D5.
here. And now, in fact, Anna has blown it with Rook D5 check because now the black king will stop the white king participating in the. Oh, sorry, it's not even this. You have to go King.
Maybe King
F4. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, let's see why King G4, E4 doesn't work. Isn't it almost the same thing?
Yeah, it's strange, right? Rook.
I'm
I
fascinated.
mean, King. I don't know. King E6.
Oh, I think it's Rook D1 maybe. And G4, if you play G3 now, the white king is able to pass. So in fact, you have to, the king has to be on F4 so that it's not able to pass. So you do this. Here, for instance, and the white king is not able to make that move.
Wow, that's
so
subtle.
in effect, that's what it is, yeah. Okay, so Rook D5 check, still there is a little bit of hope. Because it's easy to miss that point that King E4 loses, but
Yeah, but let's just go back and show again how complicated this moment was. I mean, that basically White has to find the optimal way to stop these passed pawns. So you put your rook behind this pawn, and then when the pawn goes, you start running with your king trying to get to the H file. And the funny thing is, even when they go here, you don't take this pawn. You just ignore it. You go here, and then basically you catch from this side. You try to bypass the black king, and you get there just in time to win this pawn.
And there's one more little detail, which is that if black were to play F5, you go King H5, King G3, and now this is a draw. It's a blunder. So you have to go
Rook G7, right? Passing the move, or
you just have to pass the move, and the black king has run out of squares. Because if it goes to H3,
then you go.
then this wins because the king is now aiming to come via that square. And this is a lot of detail, but once you see the idea with Rook H1, it shouldn't be that difficult.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just kind of amazed at the parallel between her situation today and
Every
yesterday.
day. I know it's tough for her because she's playing amazing chess, creating chances.
Yeah, I mean, to get to positions where the computer is going to say, well, you're completely winning, but those wins are actually hard to find, right? 'Cause there's like the completely winning that, for example, I don't know, Lagno is completely winning against Tan. Well, okay, she'll probably find many ways to do it, right? Or Salimova against Humpy, right? It might even show much less of an advantage than the one that Anna has. But the thing is, Anna's win is based on like one very specific idea that is by no means obvious. So how long ago have you seen these kinds of ideas, Vishy, that sort of like this long ago from your past or more recent?
I can't recall like that, but I know that it's paradoxical, but sometimes the king comes through the back. In effect, it comes via the h5. And I don't know why the idea popped in my head, but I have seen it before.
Because that was really the first thing you wanted to
find it when you calculate is thing. When I got here, I assumed rook d5 and all failed. I didn't even see the subtlety with king e4 and king f4. But I saw rook g8 and king f7, and I knew that there's still a way around. In fact, it does spoil because king f4. But we have still a moment of tension where we will see if Lee also makes the mistake. Because king f4 is a draw, but king e4 sometimes is tempting. Let's see what she does. But she's going to think about it a lot, I think.
Yeah, king f4. So basically, I think she just played the king to f4. So I think she found the drawing move. Yeah, she played king f4. Wow. I mean, this is going to feel so horrendous to Anna, actually, especially having it happen 2 consecutive days. The point is that this pawn is just going, and there's really nothing you can do. It just goes up.
Just have a look. Are we getting the knight? Is it becoming a knight at least? Rook d3 check, king f2, rook d2 check, king, and then king f3, and then you have to make a knight out of it.
You have to make a knight. So we are getting here.
We're getting one little thing, but this is not a difficult. I mean, it is a draw. You'd go to e3 probably. And then, but this is a draw. After knight h3, I come back. There is no way to make progress here.
So basically, the rule here is for the king and the knight not to get separated, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And basically, but if the king and the knight do get separated, so you're not trying to like go there, are you?
If you go there, then even, for instance, a move like rook h2 will win because I'm cutting you off from coming back. You can just put it on the board.
Good point. Okay.
If you go knight g5.
So this move, just one move,
and then rook h2 is over because the knight is never coming close to the king again. It'll be cut in.
I remember Garechkina winning an endgame like this in the candidates. Maybe it was actually against Lagno, but it was like rook and knight, rook versus knight. So basically you're saying that, what do we do here? We got to keep them together like this.
And the paradox is, I can go rook h2 and it looks like you've run out of moves after knight g1. I can go rook h2 and it looks like you run out of moves, but I just go king e1 and you cannot make progress. It looks very close. I can go rook f2 now, cutting your king off. But knight h3. And you can't get both pieces.
And you just kind of, as long as, how about this move? How bad is
king
that?
f1. No, you don't want to go. You don't want to get separated again.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just showing that like one move is enough to lose the game. So you got to keep your king and knight close. So we are going to see that. We're going to see rook versus knight, and I guess Anna will try for a bit as well. Meanwhile, we have a draw. We have 2 draws in the open section. We have Fabi finishing up against Gukesh, their queen endgame, and I guess this queen endgame also ended in a draw. Abbasov gets the hard.
There's one nice trick. I mean, I'm sure that you can keep giving perpetuals, but you can also play f3 check here. ef3
trade and go for the pawn endgame.
And then you've liquidated all the pawns. So.
Then you take this one, and black's extra pawn is not enough to win. So what can we say? We have one decisive game in the open event.
Yes.
Definitely a quieter day. 2 queen end games. Firouzja tried against Abbasov, but maybe the opening that he played was not complicated enough. And Abbasov played, like, he went for that solidity, kind of in a straight line.
Also, we should note that Abbasov is using up a lot of his whites.
He's had 3 whites already.
Yeah, so.
And Gukesh holding on with the black pieces to Fabiano, despite being down a pawn in that queen endgame. But the big winner of the day is Jan Nepomniachtchi, who, might be trying to prove that he can win his 3rd candidates in a row, which would be amazing, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we have games remaining only in the women's side right now, and actually 3 games still in progress. We are seeing this race between the rook and the pawn in Muzichuk versus Lei, where we know that Anna let out a win, and now she's going to have to settle for having a rook versus a knight and a probable draw, which is really quite sad given her chances in this game. Then we have Lagno versus, we've had a turnaround in this game.
Oh, for the lead. My God.
This is incredible. Tan has been so losing in this game. If she draws this, it's like some kind of a miracle. So what's going on? The bishop's under attack. He has nowhere to go. The pawn could be captured. And she has no way to keep her bishop here. What could she have missed? What could she have missed? I mean, she went back to e4, but now...
Actually, bishop takes d6. I can go queen a8 check, bishop f8, queen b8, right? But just bear with me. Instead of bishop takes d6, I can go bishop g7, and queen a8 is just a repetition.
You can try to win like this. Sorry,
no,
win the
make
bishop
a draw like this.
Yeah, win the bishop.
Because now after bishop f8, it is in fact a draw.
Wow. So you're saying that actually Tan now has her choice.
I don't know if I don't know if I'm being too cute or this is a good way to do this, but anyway, I just threw it out there.
Wow. I mean, this is so shocking. I mean, we saw that Katerina, she missed a few really easy chances to win, like, back in this position, she could have just pinned her opponent's bishop and everything was breaking through. She went for this pawn. That was already the first mistake. But of course, she's still winning. She's up a great pawn. Apparently, this was another suboptimal move. Do you think that maybe bishop c5 made some sense here, Vishy?
Yes, but I think this is how winning positions are not won. It's often not one big blunder. It's several minor ones. And but she's still winning, and that's the problem. So it is still overwhelming. But you take on f2, take on... maybe she didn't need to do this rook a6 thing. If you go back 1 second, maybe she should just have played b takes a5. And if queen takes a5, then queen d4, and just laugh at that bishop.
Well, she went for rook a6. She was still winning. I mean, she has 2 passed pawns now. It really didn't seem too problematic here. Okay, yeah, I mean, 2 passed pawns. And you were actually suggesting, we talked about
D7,
the position. Yeah. D7 was a cool move with the point that if they take your rook, you take the pawn.
And the rook.
And the rook, and they don't have h4 anymore, so you're completely winning.
And if the queen moves to e7,
yes,
then I go rook g6 check and collect the g5 pawn.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, I'm showing off, but...
so there was that option.
So d7 would have clinched, and that was easy.
I mean, was there rook
maybe
d7?
Rook takes d7 bothered
Maybe.
her. Okay, that's true. So
I mean,
then that's what the thing.
How do we win here, though? We still would have been winning.
Presumably takes queen f5 or something.
Still takes. Here, we still...
It's not queen f5. Is it queen
Yeah.
d8?
Maybe it's like that. Yeah.
And then I'm coming queen b6. That's the key, maybe. So it wasn't even necessary. So you see, it's very easy to spoil these things if you get cute.
So she played queen f3, which apparently wasn't the very best. But the final mistake, I mean, she's still winning. So where does it really go wrong for her? Is it just bishop e5?
Maybe bishop
So
f4. No, bishop f4 doesn't help either.
She gives up the game with one supernatural move.
Oh, it's bishop f2, queen takes d6, king h1, bishop g1, and just push the a pawn. You see? Is that
wow, I think that's it. But of course, that's very hard to do, isn't it?
Well, queen takes...
give up this pawn with check, and then hide the king, and just use the fact that your a pawn is going to queen. But psychologically, of course, it was hard for her to agree to lose the d pawn, so she played bishop e5, and then suddenly that's the move that gives up the win. I mean, this would be just the most incredible. Oh, what a miss by Katerina. Oh, she must feel so horrible after that. I think she's going to feel worse than Anna. I think it's going to be.
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of she wins that prize for the most disappointing. I mean, because really, like her position around this point, where was it? It was like around. I mean, because she was
even earlier, but
she's been like +4, +5 for many moves. It's not just one, right? So. Like, yeah, when we saw her rook get here, I mean, this was just such a dream. Wow, I mean, like rook c8, and her opponent barely would have been able to move anything.
This was the clincher because it's just queen e8, take, and that's it. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end when the pawn is on h4, like bishop e5, okay, it's kind of such an obvious move, and it's quite hard to just like go for this
and check that pawn.
Because
also you're not sure, because after queen d1 check, bishop g1, king g7, you're threatening bishop c5.
Yeah.
So now presumably something like queen a7 wins, followed by a6, queen b6, a7, and you slowly queen the pawn. But
she plays bishop e5, and then let's see how the game ended.
Over,
Tan took this.
Or in fact, she just went king h7.
Played king h7. And the problem is that this is just going to be even a perpetual.
Yes.
She doesn't even have a chance to promote her a pawn. And then she just agreed. She just agreed to the end of the game. Wow, that is such a heartbreaking miss for Katerina.
What is happening in the remaining two games?
Well, we do see Anna Muzichuk in that rook versus knight endgame that we talked about, and she played king e3, and so now we're expecting
but also king e1 was a draw, so.
Or king e1,
both work. And on the other side,
and then we still have
amazing she's been able to play this far, but
Nurgul is taking her time, but it does look like she will eventually convert those two pawns. However,
rook takes a5. And if knight takes b3, rook d5, exactly what the rook versus knight thing in the other game. You just dominate the knight and then this pawn queen.
So take.
Yes, so she's
taking it. She went for that, knight b3.
And I'm going to say
rook
rook
d5
d5 is a good way to. Okay, even then you get rook c6, so maybe.
I mean, she has a lot of moves. She can also go rook a7, right?
Yeah,
she actually went rook a7. Yeah, why not? I mean, put the king on the back rank. Maybe just bring in your bishop and pawn and king or something like that.
Even bishop g2 d5 would be a good way to.
Yeah, it does look like her technique will be good enough. But I mean, I thought we were going to get 3 decisive women's results, and we're only probably going to get 1. So that technique in the winning position is so important.
Yeah.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we have Anna chasing the knight, and Lei showing that she knows that the king and the knight belong together, so she did not separate them. However, this might go on for 50 moves, right?
Yes.
And the good news for us is that let's state that that we might be here for like another hour, watching her chase that knight around the board. Well. What else do we have? Well, we basically only have 2 games to watch, right? Just Nurgul.
Yeah.
And Anna and Lei. So king f8, how are we going to convert this, Vishy? Should we use this bishop like
bishop? That's fine as well. Rook c6 and g6, yes. So it's just.
I just kind of liked the idea of.
Is it g6?
I think so. I think we can afford to do it.
I mean, from +99, if we're down to plus, okay. No,
+33 is okay. We can live with that evaluation.
So knight.
Yeah, I think we just sort of like.
Well, this is fine, but knight d4, g7 check.
We have a checkmate here, forced checkmate.
King f8, king g8, and what's the first checkmate?
So it's probably g7, right? Hmm.
I mean, it could easily be just bishop e4.
Yeah, that's probably what it is, right? Yeah.
And if knight e6 check, I go king f6, and then you can do that, but then rook a8 is winning.
Oh, yeah, we promote the pawn. So that's one of the ways to win by playing bishop f5. So what is going to be the standings? The standings in the women are going to be that Tan is going to protect her lead.
And she fully deserves it. I mean, if she saved that game, then you have to compliment her on her defense.
Yeah. So Tan will be at 3 out of 4 +2. And Gadechkina is going to be on +1. Is she going to be the only one on +1?
Yes.
I guess so.
Because Lagno also didn't win.
Yeah. Lagno misses her chance to actually jump into the leaders group. I mean, that's another really painful fact about her draw with Tan. Well, we actually have Nurgul going for your move, bishop g2.
Mm-hmm.
She, I guess, likes the idea of putting the bishop on d5. So yeah, going into the rest day, it's kind of important to be in a good mood, right? But these two ladies, Katerina and Anna, I mean, they're not going to be going into it in the best mood, yeah?
No, not at all. I can imagine exactly how they feel. I think you can too.
Mm-hmm.
We've all been here, but
yeah, I mean, I think Anna's win was quite difficult. Maybe
the last one, but
yeah,
some of the earlier ones were really
maybe the mistake
simple.
was going for that position and to begin with, even despite the fact how much the computer liked it,
Yeah.
But Katerina's was kind of a different nature, so I feel like, yeah, it's going to be harder for her to accept what happened. And, Tan, I mean, well, certainly the luck is also breaking her way. This is really the first bad position that she's had, lost position, and then she manages to save it. And tomorrow is our first free day of the tournament. There is a planned river cruise here in Toronto, which all the players are invited to. We don't know how many will actually decide they want to do this. Lei is looking at Anna like, how much longer do you want to play this? I felt like that was...
Wait a minute, there's one idea here. If I can play king f3, but it works in the other direction. With the knight on e1, I can switch the king to e2, but I can't do it this way, because if I go king f3, knight g1, king g2, knight e2, it escapes.
Oh, can you say that again, Vishy?
I'll just show you the thing.
King f3.
There is but here the king has a lot of space to get out. So where are they? They've not yet played king f3, right? This is the position they're in.
The position is the knight on h3. Yeah.
Yeah. How can I get this? Say I go there. I mean, it's basically what I'm trying to say is that somehow, it's hard to scramble the position and show it. But if the black king were on g1 and then knight is on g2, then you could get into trouble. Okay, I'll try to generate it somehow. Or maybe it's just not worth it. Okay, never mind. But you're not making progress here because the fortress is just going to hold.
Well, I guess we can talk about some more general things as we watch these games play out. Okay, I'll ask you, maybe you have something some good answer to this, like some particular instance where you felt like you learned something valuable about how to come back from losses? Was there any experience in your chess career where you like got some insight that you took with you going forward about that?
Mostly it's just showing up the next day. You've got to compose yourself and show up, which is hard enough in itself. You sometimes want to wallow in self-pity, sometimes you're angry with yourself.
Yeah.
And in the process, you're not getting in shape for the game the next day.
Right.
So what you really need to is, just force your brain to push that aside. And then you play this game. I mean, you can do it. I mean, from defeats, I have recovered often by just pretending that I'm starting a fresh tournament. I'm starting a fresh tournament on round 4. Sometimes I've been -2 after 3 rounds. In Dortmund, for instance, in 2003, I started with -2. And by the way, I was -4 in 2001. So I was -6 in Dortmund. And I just decided to make a draw the next day with the white pieces just to stop the bleeding. And then, so I was 1 out of 4. But at least with that draw, I could think. And then I started to work very hard for the remaining games. But the idea was just, I'm going to pretend that, block the score. I'm going to start the tournament from round 5. And we'll see where this goes. So that was a 10-game tournament. So we start from round 5. I have 6 games left. I beat Neidich with black. That was already nice because we get to the rest day in a slightly better mode.
Yeah.
And then I beat Leko in round 6, and then I beat Bologan in round 7.
So you won 3 in a row.
I won 3 in a row, and suddenly I was even on a plus score. But it's taking a sort of disaster of a tournament and getting into grips with it, something like that.
So let me see if I can break that down. Like you're saying, okay, one of your techniques is just pretending that you're starting a new tournament. The other one is that you're just pushing out of your mind what just happened.
Which is more or less the same thing.
Yeah.
It's 2 ways of doing it. But you tell yourself you're starting a new tournament tomorrow. You recalibrate what you're hoping for from the tournament. If you were hoping for, let's say, first place, then you say, fine, I can still finish 3rd, or you do something because you still have to show up. And quite often that itself is the hardest thing. Also, if you can ruthlessly put the game away, you will not have these sleepless nights where you spend the whole night reliving in that game, because that's also draining your energy.
So you've had moments where it's actually hard for you to sleep because of the game that you've played.
Yes.
Yeah. See, that hasn't really been my problem so much. I still sleep,
Good for you.
Yeah. I think it shows I must not be serious enough, Vishy, if I can still get a good night's sleep. But I mean, I'll feel very bad about it. And I can wake up the next day. I mean, if the tournament is over and ended badly, like then you can sort of wake up the next day and still continue feeling bad, But in general, I will sleep normally. Like I don't just spend the whole night up. Well, what about getting mad? I mean, besides just feeling bad about where you are in the tournament, I mean, have you had any issues where you kind of like actually express frustration at how things are going?
Of course, I call myself every name under the sun. Then,
but you haven't torn apart your hotel room.
No, but I've flung my key here and there, but not stupidly. I mean, I wouldn't hit the glass or something, and I don't see the point of dirtying my room in the process of things. Then I have to clean it up myself. I think I'm just about able to keep my sanity in such a situation. But you go back and then you can also do the other things. You can tell us, I don't care about chess, I don't care about this stupid tournament, what the hell. You coming to terms, well, however you come to terms with these things. But if you show up the next morning and you get and suddenly you get lucky, your opponent falls into your preparation, you get a good game, you know that everything is swept aside.
Yeah.
I'll make one point. How would you leave a tournament happier? You're on -4, but you win the last 2 games.
Right.
Or you're on +4 and you lose the last 2 games.
Yeah,
Which tournament will you go away from happier? The fact that this question is much closer than it should be is a bad sign.
Yeah, it shows you how big of a deal losses are to chess players.
Also, where they come.
Yeah.
I mean, I can start with 4 losses, and if I finish with 2 wins, I have cleared the deck, and I have
absolutely.
The future looks positive.
Right.
I win 4 games, and I should be dominating the tournament, and I lose my last round, and instead of a well-deserved whatever first or second place, I finish third or fourth. You're just mad at yourself.
Oh yeah.
Because you spoiled everything in 1 minute, and what an idiot you are, and all that. So that's also.
Well, the thing is that I recently had that exact experience. Like I was having a very good American Cup. I won like the champions bracket, and I, guaranteed myself like actually the largest amount of money I've ever won in a tournament. So you would think it's just like amazing, and it is amazing, right? I was very happy. But then when I wound up losing the next match and then losing the tie breaks, really the feeling was like I just want to die. It was not celebrating how well the tournament had gone. It was a disaster. That's what it felt like. And so, yeah, I mean, at that point, you don't really have a normal perspective. You're not thinking, oh, things are pretty good. I just, I did pretty well. I won a nice amount of money. You're just like, I messed it up. I can't believe, I just like hung a pawn in this game, hung a piece in this game, and that's all you focus on. So yeah, it really matters where, how you finish a tournament. And so to answer your question, I mean, probably I would feel better winning my last 2 games in a row.
I think I would feel better winning my last 2 in a row, but I hope I would have the sense to understand that the other was a better result. I hope I would know how to count. But
right.
And also the same thing, I've sometimes won a large prize. But if I knew that I had an even bigger prize in my hands just a few seconds before.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a common problem. A lot of investors will do the same thing. A lot of investors, there's psychology where it's not the things that make you money, it's the ones that lose that affect you, and this bias against losses and so on. So it's a common human problem, but in chess, it manifests itself very clearly.
So has your approach to losses evolved through the years? Was it different when you were like, 20 years old? Did you get calmer as things went on?
When I was younger, I just turn up for the next game, and often it would go well, and then that took care of problems. As it became, okay, I think Humpy has just resigned.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look. What was her last move?
Bishop G2. In fact,
I think Rook F7. And yeah, either she's going to lose her rook to King G8, or I guess this pawn is
and then she
going to promote, and this is unstoppable. Okay. Well, I think Nurgul can be very happy with how this game went. There was a part of it I think she played really well. And, Humpy took some risks with her opening choice. It was a very complicated middle game. I mean, I don't feel like, Humpy can have too many regrets in a way. Like, she went for a fight, she lost. It was not the easiest position for her to play. Like, for example, we talked about the players who are really going to be disappointed after this round. I at least wouldn't put her in that category. Like, she's not happy, but
it's not, your feelings are not logical. I still think Humpy could go away thinking, why the hell did I do this to myself? Why the hell did I play for a win? You can think of any number of things. And I have, believe me.
Yeah.
So feelings are not logical. If they were logical, we would realize that most things... I think one of the interesting things is being able to realize that chess is not that vital to your happiness and that you can move on. But if you don't care, you can't play at all in the beginning. So it's easy to tell yourself, look at the bigger picture and things like that. And yes, you can be grateful for a lot of things. But if even the smallest tournament you go and you think I don't care, then there's no point playing.
Right.
You have to care in order to play. So that's the...
Well, that's the thing.
paradox.
You have to tell yourself that chess is not vital to your happiness. But the reality is, it kind of is vital, isn't it?
Yes. Have they drawn or what? Yes, they have drawn.
And that makes us really happy.
Yes, but watching things happen that you hated it when it happened to you, and watching it happen to your colleagues essentially, I'll be fine in 2 minutes, but I'm detached enough to understand I didn't do it, but for a second, you see yourself, you see your life and the things you did, and you feel for them. I think it's very easy to feel for your colleagues in these kinds of situations.
Yeah, definitely a day of missed chances in the women's side. And one of the interesting pieces that came out from today is that both of the new players, the candidates, the youngest players, Salimova and Vaishali, now both have one win apiece, just after 4 rounds of play. So they're definitely showing themselves to be
So it's only
quite dangerous.
Lee Jiangji and Koneru Humpy who haven't scored yet.
Lagno hasn't scored.
Oh, Lagno as well. So 3 there.
I mean, Lagno.
It was only 3 people who had scored until this point. So now it's a 4th.
And actually, Anna Musachuk. There's another one. Now, there's a lot of people in the women who have not scored.
I realized at some point I started to mentally count their wins. And I thought, okay, Lagno has won, Anna has won, and so the points added up.
So there's actually plenty of ladies who've won, but who have not won. And the ones who have won are some of the, the youngest players that we have here. So we are going to go on a break before we come back with a recap of the day's events.
Your progress in the chess world has been very impressive. What has been the most challenging aspect of competing at the top level for you?
It's very hard to prepare for these tournaments. When I was having my first camp for Toronto, I learned many new things about chess, about openings, and in general about how such players prepare, because I don't know, maybe it's about my age that I was not aware of some things, but now it feels much more different and hard. But I know that I learned things, and that's good. That's the goal. So, yeah, I think the preparation is quite hard, and it requires a lot of patience. Because you learn something, you forget about it, then you get mad, but you should learn something else, and you forget, and that's the cycle. So I think you should just trust the process and keep going.
Yeah. What's the main difference between the candidates and other tournaments that you play?
Well, the main difference is that there are many differences. For me, it's I believe for everyone it's different to play against men, against women. Like the mentality changes in some way. I'm not sure if it's good or not. But of course, all of these players earned their right to participate, so they are just top players. And also, of course, the preparation is very different, because you start preparing a few months before the tournament. You know your opponents, you analyze this. Of course, before some open, you prepare some things, but yeah, it's not the same. You just prepare before the game, like a few hours, and that's it. So I think the preparation is a very big part, of course. And maybe the pressure, because here is already like 8 women, 8 men, like competing in this tournament. The winner gets to play the world champion. Well, it's a bit different, I guess. But the pressure is good, because I believe it gives you some kind of motivation to work. You feel some stress. It's normal. I like it, because sometimes some tournaments, maybe you don't have exact goal and so on. Maybe you don't feel like going even, but okay, here you should come. You should fight every second. Yeah, just give your best.
Welcome to our recap of the day 4 events. So Vishy, why don't you show us the one decisive game in the open section between Nepo and Vidit that propelled Nepo to first place in the open?
Sure. So one of the things that has been helping Jan in this tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi, is that his, shall we call it, shot selection. He picks an opening. Against Alireza Firouzja, he picked a line with a very deep point at the end. And the surprise value is the main weapon that he has. Today he did something similar. When people have already forgotten that you can actually go for the Berlin endgame, he goes there and he comes up with a new idea. Knight h2, defending the g4 pawn and playing f4, f5. I'm not convinced as to his merits, but Vidit also got into a fight. He played g5 and quite an unbalanced position. Then they maneuvered around for a long time, and Vidit reacted well up to a point, managed to get his rook out with some counterplay. It's quite complicated to decide, but had he played c4, he would not have been in big trouble. But after rook b3, the rook was just cut off. g6 happened. White collected pawn very simply. Black recovered a pawn, but then White's passed pawn started to move forward. And later on in the game, you could see that White had the time to come back and trap the black rook. And the bishop ran out of squares. King f6, bishop e8, rook d8, and if the bishop comes to h5, rook h8, and the bishop has no squares left to control the e8 square. And that was it. So Jan, I think, is the perfect blend of opportunistic and well prepared, and he's showing his class here, and he's leading his third candidates event in a row. So quite a dramatic day, very tough for Vidit. He's really playing courageously and well, but the last two rounds have been quite tough. Hopefully the rest day will be good for him.
Yeah, he's been involved in very interesting games, 3 decisive games in a row. So he's brought a lot of excitement to this tournament. Well, we've had a lot of excitement on the women's side today, and we thought we were going to see a lot of decisive games. In the end, we only got one with newcomer Nurgul Salimova defeating Humpy Koneru. So that was a really fascinating opening chosen by Humpy, where she goes knight to e4 and playing in the Dutch style very aggressively. And when we saw her play the move h5, we knew this game was going to be really fascinating. But Nurgul reacted well, and even though Humpy had her chances in this complicated position, lots of ways to play. Maybe she should have played g5 a little bit faster, but here maybe she should have stopped the knight from coming into b5. She played bishop d7. This was a strong move by Salimova. Things started to get more difficult for Humpy as her own king was caught in the center. So it wasn't like only she was attacking just because she had the h-file. And Nurgul continued to play well. They actually both spent a lot of time. So the key moments of their game came when they were in time trouble. Nurgul started to open up the center and came up with this fascinating king walk all the way to e1, where it was surprisingly safe. Structurally, somehow White was better because of these 2 center pawns. Black's king wasn't that safe either. And when they got to this end game, this wasn't a great situation for Humpy because she was losing a pawn right away. And after Nurgul took that pawn, it took her a really long time, but she did capitalize and won this end game. So that is her first win in the candidates tournament, and she gets to a 50% score. Vishy, what was your favorite game in the, what was your opinion in terms of like the game between Tan and Lagno?
So, Katerina Lagno challenged Tan Zhongyi's knight off. They maneuvered for a long time. Here I suggested this bishop c4 move, but there are others probably. And Tan actually decided to go for it. It was a very complicated game. Roundabout here, Black has compensation probably. But then suddenly, when White got to this point and played rook d1, here Black is in big trouble because the bishop is coming to e2. The rook is coming here and the queen is going to capture some pawns here. And in fact, she, at the end of some queen maneuvers, She was forced to sack a pawn to free her queen. And they got here. And after rook c6, as they say, black can resign with a clear conscience. But nobody ever resigns. And therefore, you cannot do it with a clear conscience. And we will see why. Here, the easiest win is just rook c8, threatening queen e8. And there just seems to be nothing you can do against that. But rook b6, rook d8, still no problem at all. After d6, black's bishop is buried under stone. But a dramatic escape happened in a winning position. And the winning opportunities have been steadily dropping. She went queen f3, queen g6, rook a8, takes h4. And here, the last chance to win was bishop f2, queen d6 check, king h1. Queen d1, king here, king g7, and I think the simplest is just queen a7. So the queen and bishop connect to stop all checks, but Lagno walked right into the trap. After bishop e5, queen e6, because of the threat of check, it's game over. Essentially, the position is now a draw. So a dramatic turnaround, but you have to compliment Zhang Yi's defense. She's been defending a hopeless position for the last 20 moves, but she resisted as long as she could. And that's what makes the difference. In fact, she is leading the tournament outright instead of being one of 3 leaders because she saved this game.
And finally, we have one more very disappointing miss from Anna Muzichuk, who had a great chance to capitalize on her rook versus 2-pawn advantage around here. So she could have won the game in some other ways, but she did reach a clearly winning position. The problem was this win was actually quite hard to find, and these endgames with rook versus pawns are so deceptive. You really have to know the typical ideas, and here Vichy immediately spotted that the rook should be going behind the pawn, and the way that we need to win these pawns is with the king making this unusual march all the way to the h-file to bypass the black king. And so we don't take any time to take the pawn in f6, we just keep going. And basically like this, coming from the side, and actually now black would be in a kind of zigzag because they either have to let our king approach, or if they push the pawn, they lose this one. Or if they play king here,
king g5,
and then we come from the other side. So she had that win. Instead, she gave the wrong she went with the wrong direction with the rook. She went rook d5, and that allows black to simply march up the pawn. And the best she can do is make black promote that pawn to a knight, because if you promote to a queen, it's checkmate. So you have to promote to a knight with check, but it's not a difficult position for Lei to draw as long as she keeps the king and knight together, which she did. So there were a few very big missed opportunities on the ladies' side for wins. So we only got one decisive game today in the women and one in the open. Tomorrow we have our first free day of the tournament. I'm sure all the players are anticipating that. And yeah, just the results for today: 3 draws, 1 win for Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vidit. Let's take a look at the standings. He is leading with 3 points out of 4, chased by Gukesh and Caruana on +1, and Prague is on 50%, and half of the field is on -1. Let's also take a look at the ladies' results. 1 decisive game, Salimova versus Humpy. 3 draws, but easily 2 of them could have been decisive. So we still have Tan Zhangyi at the top of the score table with 3 points out of 4. Alexandra Garyachkina at +1. Lagno, Salimova, and Vaishali at 50%. So 2 newcomers to the tournament are at 50%. They can be happy with their results. And I think we have so much more interesting chess coming up ahead with 10 more rounds of play, Vichy.
Yes, if the first 4 rounds are any indication, we've got some amazing chess coming up.
So we'll see you guys on Tuesday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time for round 5.